right, test here. All right, test here. All right, can you folks hear me in the main room now? Okay, what a morning. So good morning, everyone. I don't know what time Barry usually starts. I think 9 he gets on the mic, but I've basically been up all night troubleshooting the computer, so you'll bear with me with my lackluster possibly in the morning here. Uh, Still trying to get everything set up here. I have to have an unusual setup going on so I can get this all going. For those of you who are not familiar, my name is Chris Varley, work with the support team here at Trade Ideas, fill in for Barry once in a while when he takes the rarest of days off. Some of you might know me. I do Monday noon sessions on YouTube when Barry takes his break, and then I take over for Barry at 3:30 each day on YouTube as well. Let's see, is there anything important going on in the market this morning? Because I haven't looked at one thing yet. So it looks like we've got a pretty big gap up going on here in the SPY. For those of you who don't know, I don't really look at the pre-market at all other than, the major indexes. That's really it. Pretty simple trader as far as day trading goes, just support, resistance, and volume. I like the races, things of that nature. Been using the software for nearly 6 years and part of the team here for 2 years now, actually, a little over 2 years. So yeah, it looks like we've got a good 1% on the SPY moving, Qs. Take a look here. Very good green. Hopefully I did a good job. Sometimes, we get the results we want. I've been with my tech support on my end all morning long, trying to fix a USB hub issue that happened when I updated BIOS. I guess the moral of the story is never update your BIOS. Qs, 0.75% up here in the pre-market. Let's look at Grandma and Grandpa's index here of the Dow using the diamonds. And 1.5% on that. So, as the saying goes, we're due for a relief bounce. As the saying also goes, market can stay irrational in either direction longer than you can stay solvent, although this is pretty hefty here, that move down. I know Barry usually does like upgrades and downgrades. I try green. I've gotten some very nasty emails in my time here, so not everybody shares that, but I really do try to put the extra effort in when I can. I wear a lot of hats around here. I think Barry gets upgrades and downgrades from briefings, and maybe I don't know if you subscribe to that or something. Let me look for upgrades and downgrades, put some interesting things in here. Let's see, briefing.com. Gee, how does Barry put these alerts on? Post alerts, there we go. Good morning to you, Mike C. See over there in YouTube land. Sorry, just moving things around here. My screen's organized. Odds are I will not be doing any trading specifically myself today, just for everybody's knowledge. Got kind of an odd setup here, and I'm one of those people that if things aren't lined up right, I'm just not going to mess around with it. Very much of the mindset of I'd rather miss out on the upside than participate in the downside. So let's see, let's get our upgrades. Wow, Wells Fargo's getting an upgrade. I'll have this all typed out for you folks in a moment here. All right, there we go. Upgrades and downgrades for you folks per briefing.com. Let me see if there's a way for me to turn the mic up here. I'm not using my regular mic. I'm stuck with this built-in mic to my laptop here instead of my very nice mic. Is that any better? Has that improves it at all for anybody? All right, perfect. Okay, I think we're good in that sense here. What do we got? We're still in the pre-market, so let me see if I can find a pre-market race here to throw up for everybody to take a look at here. It's just some random pre-market race I built. So I forgot, how did I build this race? Let's open the top list and take a look. Whoop. That out of the way. What did I do here? All right, so we're sorting on the change from close. Trade 10,000 shares on the day, minimum price 1, and just threw that 5-minute volume in there just to make sure it's an active stock actually. So I'm a believer with the races, you don't need to be overly fancy. Ooh. SBS. So Brazil just had an election yesterday, last night, whenever it was. I don't know what those results were. Not that I particularly care, but I suppose it's worth noting. I am not Canadian, although I used to live about an hour and a half south of the Canadian border in New York, in upstate New York, about 3 hours south of Montreal. So I try to have that Canadian vibe, that good vibe that they're always bringing. AXSM, what's happening here? No, a bunch of nonsense. I think any of these are FNGR, so it's a big continuation going on from Friday. Just grinding along up here in the pre-market, up 24 1/3%. IO1Q, I feel like I saw that on Friday. Yes. Actually almost took a trade in it, but wasn't feeling it. Actually almost took a trade in it at the level it's at now. So this could be interesting coming into the day. 200,000 shares in the pre-market. It'd be interesting to clear this level here. Start looking up. You know, some people want to go through the upper shadows. Some people look at the bodies here. You know, all viable, all possible. Go ahead and set a price alert for 540 for fun, even though I will not be trading it. Okay, thanks, William. All right, thanks, Mike C. Good to know I'm coming through well on the StreamYard side for YouTube. So other than that, hopefully I can keep you folks engaged and entertained. I know some of you were here to listen to Barry. Some of you were just, you know, just here to interact with each other. And some of you here just more to watch the screens. So BR was a high flyer on Friday. Going to try to gap up over the close from Friday. Ride. Haven't seen this in a while. Good Lord, that's an awful looking daily chart. JJ, it's Chris Varley from the support team here. That is not the first time I have heard that. When I first joined the Trade Ideas team, everybody thought I sounded like Steve. So funny. Oh, UCY. This is. Oh no, I was confusing with LICY. I was thinking it was a lithium play, and LTHM was one of the downgrades for lithium. So this is completely something different. Traded 77,000 shares in the pre-market. And what we'll see. Newer issue. Azul, there's some Brazil stock. Not much action, really. 13,000 shares is nothing. Goals, another Brazil stock. Nothing happening there. And PAGS, I believe, is Brazilian, right? Yeah. So this can always be a fun trader here. Get caught on the wrong side of it, of course, but you can see some of these nicer moves that this has made in the past. Definitely some overhead resistance here, and obviously 15 will be a big number. I think oil was up pretty big here in the pre-market as well. And if you folks hear me go silent for a little bit, it's just I'm on and off the phone with someone from Asus trying to figure out what the hell they did to my computer this weekend. There's HUSA. This thing can move a bit here. Energy's pretty up. Oil, last I looked, oil looked like it was around $3+ up. Another one, INDO, always something good to look at here. Same thing. Let's see, what was it? Thursday had this big move here, so not a lot going on in the pre-market. CSCW, that's starting to make a big move here. What they do, something technology, entertainment and education company. I don't know, whenever I read these profiles, it just sounds like a bunch of nonsense word salad to me. And then I saw Real posted something about Peloton and I believe Hilton. So I guess that's given them a pretty big boost here. Not that they have much further to fall before you hit zero anyways. Hut, I believe that's a Bitcoin miner, right? Yeah, Pasha's been coming up on my evening scan when I'm trying to look for any swing ideas. It's been coming up quite a bit, actually. Kind of interesting. And while I wouldn't exactly call that relative strength, when we've been selling off the last couple of weeks here, Pasha's really kind of held up here. That's an interesting level through there. I'm not making any swing trades. It's what I do prefer to do is swing trade. However, since about February-ish of this year, really moved back to day trading with the races. I just have no appetite to hold anything overnight. And yes, I missed some, nice moves. And it's not to say there isn't some swing trade ideas out there. I just, not feeling it. Not in this bear that we have going on here. So just kind of stick to what I've been doing as it's worked fairly well. For when this gets kicking here too, I always tell people these three races that I'll have that'll open up are actually all the same. This one with the X and this other one that's behind here with the X, they're exactly the same, except this will show top 10 winners. This one will show all winners. And then this is basically the same, except this has $100 price cap where these have a $30 price cap. So that's the main difference there. This will show top 10 winners here as well, not all winners. Aside from that, I mean, this is all I've been using since March of this year and done fairly well with it. So I don't see any reason to change it, especially given the environment we've had. If you're doing well in this environment, I don't think you really need to mess with much. And so again, if things go silent here for a little bit, it's just I am trying to sort out why my USB-C ports have issue 43 according to Microsoft. Let me see. It is device manager. Windows has stopped this device because it has reported problems. Code 43 is what I have going on, CP. And it is an AMD Ryzen 9. Republic of Gamers. I opted for a gaming laptop because I have to do some traveling to help my mom who lives several hours away from me, so I can do traveling and go up to her place, all those fun things, snow blow and things like that during the winter. Updated to everything. And Grumpy Cat, I hope Barry is all right. He is in Argentina, and I am filling in for him today. So no, I've updated everything, and it all happened. I had a BIOS update that happened on an Asus update that happened on Saturday, and I didn't pay attention to all my external stuff because I was only had the laptop on, not my external monitors or mic. And when I went to start it all up last night to check things, that was it. Yeah, AMD chipset. I did CP. I've updated from both. We'll try another set here. What do we got? 9:22. So we got 7 minutes and change before the market opens. Nice to meet you as well, Zen. Asus won't help. That's very discouraging to hear. ATXI about to win a race. So this thing's really making some moves. Had a few trades in it the last few days. Shy of 400,000 shares traded at this point. Real move here. Volume really starting to come in. Wow. All right. Real low float. This thing can go any direction real fast on us. Clean sweep of it. All right. I might try that after hours here. I won't do it during the day here so I can keep things running in the room for everybody. Or keep a screen up because I know Real and William can have this going. So Probably hear a lot more typing from me today than you normally do, Barry. Answer a lot of emails and support chats and things like that during the day. So if I, if I miss a question, if someone's got a question, I miss it. I'll try to scroll back and look. You might have to post it 2 or 3 times. Uh, don't take any offense to it, please. Just wear a lot of hats around here. So, filling in for Barry, that I could share a screen here and, make sure anybody that's new to the Trade Ideas community here is getting the much needed support they deserve. I'll be here for the whole week. Christoph over there in YouTube, I'm actually filling in for Barry. It's Chris V here. So I believe we have had the pleasure during my 3:30 sessions on the YouTube side. Barry is down in Argentina. I think he's going to make a presidential run for Argentina, see if he can fix their economy down there. But probably also, if anybody has specific direct questions for me, go ahead and tag me in it, at Chris V, especially in the main room, because then it'll give me an alert that it came through. And this way I can make sure I didn't miss anything. Trade of the week. Yeah, there. Jeff got it there. So RUM is that trade of the week. Good morning there, Fido. Get rid of those drawings here. So AMV about to win this race, but only 45,000 shares trading in pre-market. So we'll see what happens here. But real big range. I mean, look, all the way down here around 21, all the way up here, 28 and change. You can see this ridiculous range that it's got going on here. I guess it's another one of those HDKs or whatever. So we've got about just shy of 30 seconds, or just over 30 seconds till the market opens. And again, I apologize. I'll be probably a little lackluster compared to Barry on some of the things here. Let's get rid of that race. There's no reason to have that anymore. I really won't be trading anything today. I'll mess around with the simulator, I guess. We'll take trades in the sim. But for anybody that's late joining, I've had some PC issues, so I don't have my regular setup really going on right now. The gist of how I trade is, especially on the early races, I'm watching here what's lighting up the board. I start setting price alerts. Get rid of this pre-market because I don't look at pre-market. And I kind of like to hang around, not take any. Generally, don't take any trades in the first probably 25 to 35 minutes. So, set price alerts, and I bump the price alerts up and down. So I get a lot of questions about how to use the races for pullbacks. My way of using the races for pullbacks is, I set the price alerts up a little high, and I'll work through the price alerts through the first, 25 to 30 minutes, bringing them up and down accordingly. Things run away, they run away. I'm not really keen on chasing. I don't know if that's the first or second commandment of trading, right? Thou shalt not chase, thou shalt not trade without a stop. I'm a really big proponent of trading without a stop. Is you might as well just Might as well just withdraw money from your bank account and start lighting it on fire if you're going to trade without a stop. That's my personal opinion. I know it's a harsh opinion, but that's just the way it is. So you can see I'm, start lining up these price alerts. I delete price alerts every day at the end of the day. Rarely do I carry a price alert into the next day because I'm of the mindset that if the stock is strong from the open the next day, I'm going to see it anyways in the races. So there's really no point in jamming up my price alerts window with leftover stuff from the prior day. Well, Lloyd, to your comment there on Barry teaching them to trade, this is where I learned to trade. Between Barry and Real, William, Zach. There's some other folks that were here over the years that are actually no longer either with this room or no longer with us at all, unfortunately, that I also learned quite a bit from. And there's also a lot of learning that I did in the 5 o'clock webinars, 5 o'clock Eastern webinars between Steve and Andy and Jamie, Brad and Dan. And I can see that the porn bots are at it already in YouTube. Perfect. Let's see, SPY. Let's get that compared. Let's bring some compare counts over real quick for us here. So I know it's only the first couple of minutes, but take a look at the new highs versus new lows by market cap here. Small caps being well outpaced right now. We'll see how that translates. And if we were to bring over, or take a look at a SPY chart here. So gap up and giving it up for the moment. IWM really looking ugly, and I think we could tell, I could tell that by this window here, without looking into the IWM, would be the worst looking of the bunch. So anyways, well, we'll see what happens. It's a long trading day. We're just a few minutes in. So take a tour around a few sectors on the open here. XOP, wow, what a move on the XOP. For anybody that's familiar, I am more of an XOP than XLE guy. More because of natural gas and the fact that there seems to be less of a war against natural gas than there is oil in general, number one. Number two, we're only going to need a lot of natural gas. That's all there is to it. Clean energy ain't going to power us for a while. So technology just not there. Natural gas is the answer. Uranium stocks, I just don't think, for now, nuclear doesn't look like it's going to be an option used. These are no comments on whether things should or should not be used or any kind of political things like that. Just talking about what we see. Anybody that's listened to me in the 3:30 sessions or has been around in the noon on Monday sessions, I always say uranium stocks are liars because they get these what looks like it's going to be a nice breakout, and they always just seem to fail. So I tend to stay away from uranium stocks in general. I don't think there's any real action in them anyways today. I mean, I know there's a gap up here, but I mean, looking at this chart, that doesn't look like there's anything special there, but anything could change in the next 20, 30, 40 or more hours. PAGS mentioned this in the pre-market here, Brazilian stock. So this thing can fly. Issue with this thing flying is that sometimes it'll do it off the open, never really give you a good entry on it. So anyways, we'll see what happens here. Obviously, looking back, that's going to be a significant level to try to power through this. Probably 425 level, give or take. So we got FNGR is about to win 2 races right off the bat. RRC, that's some energy play for us. NAT is another energy play. I believe it's a shipper, but it's a shipper of natural gas, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, well, crude oil, but I believe they do natural gas too. Um, beat. The beat moves on. Any favorite natural gas stocks? Won't call them favorites, but P10 been on the right side of this trade a bunch of times. MGY been on the right side of this one a bunch of times. So I don't know that they're favorites. I just, for whatever reason, my timing on these has been fairly well. I mean, there's ones that have not been well too. So that's another one I've done well with. Somehow Southwestern Energy, I've done terrible with. Always seem to not do well on this one. So, the good, the bad, and the ugly, all those things like that. KOS, I've actually never traded it, but another one to keep an eye on, I would say, if you're looking for gas and oil. And wow, BTU, is this gapped up big time, no? Oh no, okay, it's had a couple of days move going back to last week. So last time I remember looking, it was around 21, 22. But I guess I just didn't notice it last week for some reason. I didn't notice the price. It was coming through my races a lot. So there's Southwestern Energy now. There's EGO, another. No, EGO, I'm sorry. I'm thinking EGY, I believe, is an energy play. So it's interesting, GDX, our gold miners last week really didn't sell off while the rest of the market sold off. Now, anybody that knows me, I'll just say with gold or precious metals in general, I don't get it. There's supposed to be some major inflation hedge, and we have the highest inflation we've had in my lifetime. And I don't know. That's what, it's what our miners look like in energy or in precious metals anyways. So, just like with any cryptocurrencies, the same thing for gold. I can't take it into a store and use it. Jewelry is like baseball cards. It's values whatever anybody's willing to pay for it. And anybody that makes the argument that precious metals are used in electronics, sorry, I'm going to tune you out on that. So I just don't get it. I don't get precious metals. I mean, if they're going to go up, they're going to move up. There's a trade there. Obviously, I'm going to trade it, but I don't know. There's no real world usage as far as I'm concerned in them. So, all right. So far, for several races, FNGR really just kind of dominating, and we see mostly the same stocks that have been in here: NAT, EGO, MYOV, BEAT. So, all kind of hanging out there. Almost the first 10 minutes off the open, relative volume here on MYOV, pretty solid. Throw a price alert there. Track that for the day. So FNGR, I mean, just a big, big, big move here. I don't have a broker open. I use both IB and Thinkorswim. My main account is in Thinkorswim. But I have a small account that I test our Brokerage Plus with IB. And I kind of did like a small account challenge for myself with it. Although full disclosure, not exactly going the way I would like it to. Slightly up over the last couple of months since I've been doing it. So forgot how hard it is to trade with small accounts. Let me open up. I guess I'll just open IB. That's easy enough for now. So I just have some time and sales up there.
MYOV.
Yeah, no, I know a lot of people discuss, JP Morgan and silver and things like that. So, I try not to get caught up in the news. I really don't look at the news at all. like literally at all. I see stuff that comes through Twitter. That's about it. But I don't have TV. I don't subscribe to any news services. I don't pull up the news tab on Trade Ideas or IB or Thinkorswim or anything else. I really have no cause or need for the news. All it is noise to me, and it'll poorly influence the technical analysis I'm trying to do. So, NGR. So that is halted. That's one of the reasons I wanted to bring up the time and sales. I wanted to see if it was halted. So here's time and sales from IB. So we got it stacking up here.
ATXI.
Stacking up is moving up and down. So, wow. ATXI just all over the place right now. And kind of killing me not to trade right now. Although we're still well inside the time period where I won't trade. So VRT, this has been active on the races so far. A bad move here. Generally speaking, I talk about volume and liquidity a little different than maybe other people do. When I say liquidity, I'm generally looking at the shares traded. When I say volume, I'm generally looking at relative volume.
VRT.
The reason I distinguish that is because, if you've got something that's got quote unquote good volume, relative volume could have a 10, 15, 20, 30, but by noon Eastern, it's traded 200,000 shares. It's not very liquid, even though it has good volume. The volume being relative to the stock itself. So, I'll often refer to these two in that sense here. I'm not afraid to trade the less liquid stocks. I just want to see really strong charts on those. So speaking of P10, I mentioned this before as an energy play that I have liked over the years. Well, I guess, I don't know. Probably been looking at P10 since, I'd say since October of last year. Been watching it anyways. So I guess not years, year. Like I said, I'm trying to keep up on the chats. This is, a little outside of my realm. So again, if someone has questions, let me know. Make sure I don't ignore you. And if you have specific questions that are more software based or anything like that, just tag me in those, especially in the main room. It'll make it easier for me to make sure I'm keeping track. So here's INDO. We talked about this in the pre-market, jumping right up on a race there. If I mess around, any trading, messing around, it would just be in the simulator today, I think. I can't arrange things on my screens the way I normally do because of my USB situation. Anywho, life in the trading lane. There's HUSA as well, so we could see energy strong out of the gate and strong here after coming up on, there we are, 15 minutes in. Barry's kind of proponent on the first 15 minutes-ish. I do like to wait longer than that, although I'm not, not afraid. If I really believe in something, I'm not afraid to jump in on it in the first 15 minutes, but it's generally unlikely. So we'll just go through some of these price alerts and keep resetting them. This is just kind of what my trading style is here for day trading. As I tell people, I'm not setting the world on fire, but I do pay some bills. I generally keep my charts clean, my intraday charts. I have a 5-minute hidden behind here that I like to look at. Watching how far things are extended off. I use this red one here as an 8 EMA on both these time frames, 15 and 5. It's a 20 SMA here, both on those. The indicator you see on my daily chart's a period low for 20 days. So or period low, 20 period low, excuse me. So obviously it's 20 days. I generally like to keep my charts pretty clean. FNGR, is it halted again? Let's take a look here. Yep, it's halted again. So halted right out of the halt, basically. So again, stacking. Right now it's stacking right where it is in price, essentially. I haven't looked at the market in a minute. Whoops, I guess I said a SPY alert by accident. Here's a look at compare count windows again. So the new lows are outpacing the new highs at this point now. It's a clean shot here to this point where we're leaning. So we're leaning a bit more bearish as far as the compare counts go. However, I do see SPYs now just taken out high of the day. So we'll see what that means. And one of the reasons I look at things like that is just to know, is the market, can I lean into the market for risk on, or do I need to be a little more careful on a risk off kind of day? Depending on how alpha the stock that I am, or stocks that I am trading, are compared to the market. I don't know what the percentages are, but I'd have to imagine it's well 70+% of stocks are going to trade basically in lockstep with the market for most of the day. I think some might, trade off the market and, maybe let's say the opening half an hour, 45 minutes, and they kind of find common ground with the market, generally speaking. And I don't know the stats on it, but Real used to mention it all the time that, most stocks have made their highs and lows of the day by sometime around 11 Eastern, and that's it. They put in their high and low of the day by that time. So I don't know if it's 70 or 80 or 90% or something like that, but a large percent of stocks have. So it's something else I'm always keeping in mind when looking for breakouts. Some high flyers here, no question. ATXI, VRT. Now this looks interesting here. Getting up above this level, got a nice little ledge it could climb up over here. Good volume, okay liquidity. 673,000 shares traded to this point. And me saying that is relative to what I think other people look at 600,000 shares to this point and are going to think to themselves, it's not enough liquidity for me. Speaking of uranium stocks before, there's quadruple U. Making its case. That beep that you hear is some chats that I have to work.
ATXI. PAGS.
So CTIC. Another interesting one, comes up above this level, maybe a run. Is it going to stall at the 640s? Can make it up to the 670 level? And on the liquidity volume ratio there, I'd like to see that relative volume higher personally. MLC, I believe Hong Kong stock, something with some more developmental version, and looks like I'm running into some errors right now. Bear with me. All right, folks, seems I'm locked up. Give me a moment here. See if we can't get that back running. Apologize for this hiccup here. Let's see what happens. Bring over price alerts again. Alrighty. We're back on for now. DWAC, and I saw some people talking about that. This thing's going crazy all over the place. But again, the liquidity is, I mean, it's okay. Just like to see more, especially for a stock like that. What a range it's in right now.
DWAC.
So nothing really running away yet. VRT hanging up there on at 1070 still. NGR's come back down to earth a bit here.
ATXI.
Again, answering some emails and things here, folks. Like I said, trading will not be happening today. Fingers crossed for tomorrow. It'd be interesting to trade live with you folks for a week. or 5 days, whatever it is, 4 days. And GR hanging around here still. Getting left on this chart here. Pretty interesting level. Guess I didn't really need to draw that. Got the price alert there. So blast through that. Where are we looking? Are we looking at the top of the body of this candle, the body of this candle, this upper shadow? TXI hanging around here still. DWAC. Words of Steve Gomez giving us the middle finger candle right there. CALA kind of hanging around and doing not much after the gap up so far. SNTI, there's an interesting one. Price alert on that. Let's track that. Zoom out this 15-minute here a little bit. It's another interesting level that gets through there. HOLO. Are you interested?
ATXI.
Not really. Let's throw a price alert there for fun. BGCP. I don't think I have much interest there.
Kala.
MYOV holding on this gap up here. Like I said, I would look at 5 and 15 minutes here. So EMA is starting to catch up here. We'll see what happens. Big believer in support and resistance. I think it's no happy accident that we are stuck up around this area right now. For those that don't know, I am not a fan of EMH.
FIGR.
PAGS, not a lot going on, but this is where, pullback can start to come into play with the price alerts. ERT still kind of hanging around the same level. Last we looked, a few cents below. P10 dropped a little bit. CTIC still creeping.
ERT.
I haven't looked at the chat in a moment here. I see you talking about the soccer match. Yeah, saw a video on that. That's kind of awful to say the least. Kind of awful to say the least. So ATXI really moved down on us at this point. FNGR hovering around there. DWAC still looking weak now off that opening 15-minute candle. VRT looks strong here. ADTX. It's actually something I'm interested in. And not really. Ugly looking chart. Really needs to kind of blast through 4. It's got liquidity, obviously, with over 1 million shares traded, but that volume is suspect. Here comes the beat. You know, just continue to throw some price alerts up here. And if I take a trade, I'll, kind of treat it like a real trade even though it's from the sim. Triple D, I have not seen this stock in a long time. Interesting. CNX. Central Lumen. No, not really interested. CDE, I believe this is mining, right? Yeah, Cower Mining. So again, maybe the precious metals will give me something to trade here. So GDXU. SILV, EXK. So quite a few miners jumping up at us here, right? And, among other things, this is the reason why I like these races so much. It's just really pointing to me at what is strongest from the open live and makes a nice watch list here.
SNTI.
No guesswork, no nonsense. It keeps me pointed at what's happening in the real world here.
FNGR.
No green, no Linux talk really. We're moving to HTML5. So if you look at my races, you'll see how kind of smooth they're running. I'm on a browser interface for this actually, for the races themselves. The entire software will be shifting to this tech over the next, I don't know, is it 3 months? Is it 6 months? Is it a year? I'm not sure, but everything is shifting towards this HTML5. So it'll be kind of one app in that sense for everybody, whether you're Mac, Linux, Windows, regardless of what you are. So that's the direction we're headed. Our AWS migration is nearing its end, which will start to free up a lot of developers from that. Like I say, a lot of developers. It's not like we have 40 developers or something like that. We've got a few main people here and then a couple of contractors. So things will start to move in that direction quicker.
SNTI.
So let's see, 221 people in here, it looks like. That's pretty cool. I guess Barry drops links and stuff in here, so I get to do that this week, right? Let's see if anybody is interested in giving the software a go that is not a subscriber already. Our test drive registration is open. However, This is a pre-registration. There's links for it. That's pre-registration. You will not go live with the software till the weekend of the 14th. All right. It'll give you 11 trading days for $11.11 if that is something you were interested in. And then I'm sure we'll be running some kind of promotion, possibly midway through as an early adopter like we did last time. And then, of course, there's always some promotion at the end of all of this for the test drive. So just a good way to give us a try because we do not have free trials. So I'm just editing my price alerts, resetting them, as very few things have shown much strength here off the open. VRT is one of those things showing strength, though, here from the original price alerts. ATXI continues to fall, but, we'll drag the price alert down. Take a look here somewhere around a 14 break. GHU, I think it's more mining, right? Yeah, silver. Not a lot of liquidity in that, though. This is what I talk about, liquidity and volume again. Got 260,000 shares traded, and it's doing 5 times what it's normally doing to this point of the day. That's a ratio based on 30 days also, just in case anybody's wondering. So not exactly exciting. And it's tough because, look, it's moved $3 stocks, moved 47 cents at 17.5%. So it's not a move to sneeze at necessarily. It's just not a big move now. Just looked at the SPY for the first time here in a while, and that's quite the move from the SPY here. So, we'll see what that means. Price and volume are what I like to look at here, and what I like to note, and I do this in the 330 sessions a lot, is when we were selling off, look at that increase in volume, right, through that sell-off. When we rallied, look at that decrease in volume through that rally, right? When we sold back off again, look at that increase in volume. So it tells you where the conviction is on the move. Or is what we'd say for CMTs, that gives us confirmation of the trend. Obviously, bear markets don't last forever, and Friday could have been the bottom, although I know markets don't bottom on Fridays, except for when Mark Haynes called it back in whatever it was, 2009 or 10 or something like that. But aside from that, I know markets don't bottom on Fridays, but I don't subscribe to any of that nonsense. Price and volume, I don't care about anything else. And for full disclosure, no, I do not watch CNBC. I did for a very long time, but I have not watched it since, I don't know, 2016 or something like that. So there's AZUL. It's looking pretty strong right now. I'm going to throw a price alert at 9 there. So Michael messaging me about SOBR turning around. So that's interesting. Got this big bottoming shadow there. Throw a price alert around high of day here. Still really solid volume in this here. 27 times what it's normally doing. Nice and liquid. 1.6 million shares traded there. So keeping me interested. And we're at 1010, and there's just nothing that has said, hey, trade me yet, as far as I'm concerned. The closest thing would be VRT. VRT looking really strong right now. Poking around that 11 level. Good volume, good liquidity still.
PAGS. Indo.
Cala. Oops. So now we can see, a lot of price alerts that are not triggered. We just had MYOV trigger a second ago and PAGS trigger again, but back. Price alerts need to catch up in price. So this is interesting here. Takes out that opening 15-minute range again. Might be interesting. Am I trading? Sorry, someone over in YouTube asked I'm trading rum. I'm not currently trading it, no. Take a look at the chart though real quick. Go over what Steve was talking about here. We've kind of got this range that's been established. More than less, that's the range. I know those lines aren't perfect. Pardon my crude drawings. I think he talked about it live over, I don't know, was it 1345 maybe? 13 something 5, 25, 45. I think it's something like that. I'd like to see more volume and liquidity out of this. It's tough because the relative volume doesn't have a lot to look back on right now. And we've got just nonstop declining volume. And so of a possible 30-day look back, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 days of volume that we could look at. And I know it was formerly CFVI and there's, all that data, but we don't have it here. So, I can only work with what I've got in front of me. I'm just not crazy about it right now maybe takes out high of the day because look, seems to be an interesting level right there for it. So we pull high of the day and then we're looking at, high of the day today. Then we're looking at maybe high of the day Friday. And I believe that was also high of the day on Thursday. Let me scroll back a little bit here. Yeah. So high of the day Thursday and Friday kind of line up. Then maybe I'm interested. I would just like to see more liquidity since the volume is kind of light. I'd like to see at this point, I'd like to have seen a trade about 1 million shares at this point. That's not to say that makes it what I'm saying is makes it any more relevant than anything else. Just what I would like to see, that's all. FNGR is moving towards the top of the race again, kind of sitting around here still. So it's caught this 5 EMA here. Yeah, it looks like a good place to have a price alert still on that here. That EMA starts to flatten out. 80TX again. VRT trying to push through 11 here. INDO trying to still push through this level here. I'd like to see INDO get a little more volume in it. Again, liquidity, that volume combo, I'm just not crazy about that right now. Does push through high of the day, could make a run here at Friday's high, I suppose. MYOV, there we go. That's looking a little more tasty now, trying to push through. And again, at this EMA starting to catch up here. So, looks a lot more extended, obviously, on a 15-minute chart than a 5-minute chart. AZUL pushing on 9. You have to ask of 901 now. This is interesting here. Look like we really got the market on our side for the time being. Bring back over those compare count numbers now. I lost my original compare count numbers because it froze. Kind of a bummer here. Well, we can see the new highs anyways on these lines. The new highs are outpacing the new lows by quite a bit here. Unfortunately, this is going to be skewed now because we lost the really heavy volume on the open. So that kind of puts a kink in the works. Work with what we got, not what we want, as I always like to say. This AZUL is starting to look a little tasty here to me. I'd love to see it consolidate for a moment, Nice check mark there. Nice move off of that opening range here. Wouldn't mind seeing a 15-minute bar that looks something like that now. Make for a nicer entry. Start and move up 903. PAGS, another Brazilian stock, still not able to get over that 14.28 that I set a price alert at. VRTs drop back below that 10.98 level. Beat, hitting the drum again here, 430-ish. And look at the volume starting to come back into this. So this is the kind of stuff that I like to see here. You got the declining volume and a move back up right now on this nice move up. But these topping shadows there, I'm weary of. Anywho. VRT up and through 11 now. Well, actually, they're 1099.85 prints, even though it shows 11 on the chart for rounding purposes. Stick an alert right at 11. Beat's looking pretty good.
VRT.
That price alert, AZUL, now really moving off that 9 level a bit here. And MYOV failed at that level. Real big pullback on that there.
ATXI.
There's ATXI right back up at it. Again, this is looking pretty tasty here. We caught the 15 EMA. Well, it's an 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart, excuse me, and an 8 EMA on a 5-minute. And Beat really making a move here now. Getting ready to take out high of day. Let's see where it can go from there. We got less than a minute till this 5-minute candle closes here, so see where that opens. It'll get me in a simulated trade here. So Beat starting to get a little crazy right there. Spread has opened up quite a bit as well. 5 cents now, 10 cents now. Volume is really, really kicking into Beat. Boom, right through. Right smashing through high a day. ATXI has now done the same, so it looks like people are ready to go for it. Well, not smashing through high a day here, but huge move in ATXI. Huge move. So we got our winners so far here. AZUL, VRT, Beat, and ATXI really making moves here at this point. Watch the scanner in a moment here. But yeah, there we go. Beat, ATX. Well, there's ADTX. Nah, still nothing there yet. Yes, Zamo. I'm filling in for Barry this week.
Indo.
Wow, what a move for beat. Very nice. INDO still trying to bang around here.
Indo.
FNGR high flyer now starting to really give it up a bit. Like that 5E, that 8 EMA on the 5 there. Starting to curl over on it. ATXI right back down. That's why I just don't like to chase them things. INDO is trying to get at it. A little more volume trying to come in there. Thanks, Joe. Patience is my style, though I'm overly patient at the moment because really not much I can do. I just can't get my screens arranged how I want them. A little bit frustrating because I really want to beat on that 445 break.
ADTX.
It is what it is. Let's look at INDO here on this daily chart here. And you got that upper shadow from earnings. Looms big, coordinates with this level back here as well. So I guess that's what that's 765-ish, give or take. That'll be the number ahead, but making a good move here. Bit spready. Got about a 6-cent spread. Now it's opened up to 11 cents.
ADTX. PAGS.
So look at this ADTX. Look at the volume coming into this now, right? This is why I set the price alerts like this. Early on, it doesn't interest me as much. Volume's picking up. We looked at that relative volume before. That was at, 2 and change. It's picked up relative volume. Most stocks, you'll see the relative volume decline at this point in the day, not pick up. So really pounding on that 4 level right there. INDO back up over. We got that price alert set in this next 5-minute candle. Opens up above the open of the prior candle, but below the close of the prior candle. Make it that way. PAGS trying to move up on this level again into 1430s. And AZUL just continuing to grind higher here. Beautiful move.
ATXI.
And ATXI right back up at it. So Cal, I think that doesn't have really much for it at the moment. So let's bump that up though. Great volume, great liquidity actually. So I can't really knock that at all. SNTI really hasn't done much at this point. Just bring over my sector analysis list real quick. Look at silver really going at it. You got the XME here, metals and mining. And the XOP is not really moved off the open. I'm just hanging around here still. And take a look at what's strong for the moment. I'm always in the camp of I'm ready for the next bull market. I'm also in the camp of I don't think we're there, but nobody nails bottoms, nobody nails tops. So for all I know, maybe this is the start of the next one. Nice big move in SPY. I mean, SPY's up 2% right now. Dow's up almost 2.25%. Nasdaq's up 1.5%. So I'll take it. I like it. So INDO still just hanging around this area right here. Can't quite get through it. AZUL continues to grind higher. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful move. ADTX had all that volume come in, still picking up on volume. $4 is going to be a hefty barrier to get through for that one, though. And beat hanging around now. What I find interesting with beat is, I mean, on a percentage basis, obviously it's a very large move here, but 3 million in the float, or 3.76 million in the float.
Beat.
It obviously is capable of doing quite a bit more than what we've seen. Not saying that it will. I'm just, always find it interesting when you see some low float stocks that make these, $3 and $4 moves in a day. And then you see some low float stocks, again, both heavy volume and, making 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 cent moves on a day. Home builders getting smacked. This is your inverse for the home builders here. Oh, no, this isn't the inverse. I'm sorry. What's the inverse? I thought nail was the inverse. What are home builders doing right now? All right, there's home builders. Pardon me. I thought that was an inverse. NAIL. Sorry, it's just a leveraged EMT. Fox Trades, good morning to you. You got me filling in for Barry today and the rest of the week.
ADTX.
ADTX still trying to pound on that 4-ish. The price alert's at 397 right now. I've got ARCO just winning that race. What does ARCO look like?
ADTX.
Wow, look at ARCO. Beautiful, beautiful. Price alert there. Volume's good, liquidity's not great. And running right into resistance around $8. So would not expect a whole lot more out of ARCO, although anything is possible. And VRT, great move on that 11 break. So, this is what we talked about before. Getting up above this area here where it could run. I'd say that 1175 is not out of the realm of possibility still today.
ARCO.
I'm just monitoring all these here. Again, anybody with questions or anything like that, let me know. You're all pretty much professionals at this point here. May need an eagle market. Yeah. Well, to reach some of these Wall Street clowns price targets for S&P and whatnot, you're gonna need something. Miner's still at it here, so EXK, and I just saw AG was on the scan here. Let me get AG real quick. Another silver miner. To look at long-term things here. Something I was talking about last week in the 3:30 sessions. I'm looking at, let's look at GDX on a weekly chart really quick. And I was discussing, going way back, looking at this level here. I'm making multi-year lows, but is this where we set up a run again? I guess, I don't know. It's certainly a magnet for price for a long time, this area right here, though, across there. So, I don't know, maybe precious metals are ready to have their day in the sun now. Just tough when you got to go to weekly charts to find it. There's Under Armour popping up on us. I mean, we got everybody participating right now in this rally. Everybody. Sunrun Corp. It's a high flyer. Really basically sold off with the market here the last couple of weeks. Interesting level if it can get above Friday's high. It can pick its way up through that 30 area. But again, this looks like it's really trading in lockstep with the market. And this is what I mean if we bring over a 15-minute chart of the SPY. Get that out of the way like that. Line up better that way, Gap up and move down, gap up and move down. Not quite the same on that spinning top doji there, but close enough, and then the move up and a move up again. So if we were to get a wash in the market or sell off in the market, it's likely that run will participate in that sell off. So these are the kind of things I like to look at, the ones that were obviously the ones beat VRT, AZUL. Those are going to be your real alpha plays at the moment. PAGS is making its campaign for it now at this level here. This EMA here, this 8 EMA on a 5-minute chart has caught it nice. We haven't closed below it. This actually looks really interesting here at this level. It's really interesting at that level. Again, I'd like to see that relative volume a bit higher than it is. Not thrilled with that level. So, look at all these price alerts and just not a lot out of all of it so far. There's PAGS again, trying that 1440 level. Could be interesting. Set it up at run of the high of the day and beyond. Is it possible? Could it happen? Sure, why not? And there goes PAGS trying to push through. All right, took a simulated here on this PAGS, trying to break above 1440. Let's see what happens here. Again, just going to work with the sim today, and hopefully I'll be live tomorrow. You guys keep talking about VSAT. I haven't even looked at that. I'm guessing it's going to be out of my price range. Yeah, so there's VSAT. Here's won a few races. I'm like Barry. I like the lower price stocks. So yeah, that's why I haven't been seeing it. Interesting. Let's get a price alert on that. Let's keep an eye on that. We've got the 5-8 catching up here. So beat up and through 5 now. And just resetting price alerts here. FIGS. It makes scrubs, right? Michael's always talking about them because I believe his wife likes the scrubs. This thing can move too. This thing got some range on it on some of these days, these bars. So, all right, all working price alerts again. FNGR back up at it here.
PAGS.
Let's see what it's got.
VRT.
There's VRT again. All right, not a whole lot else going on here. PHES, yeah, hovering around that entry level I just made. Again, just simulated trading here for anybody confused or anything like that. I'm sorry, I'm a little lackluster on this because I'm a little bitter right now that I can't trade. SNTI. It's hanging out around here. Again, that high from last Thursday, looming as a big level here for it. I guess we won't just call it last Thursday. I mean, got it here, through here, even though it didn't quite touch, through here. So
BAGS.
just a big, big level in general. Beat coming right back down. So really extended off this 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart. Even extended a bit here off the 5. Worth noting nonetheless. SMTI again trying to push up through that 42 level. Bumble, who's out there dating these days? Wow, this stock was an
BSAT.
$80-something stock. That's interesting. Let's see, so we're talking about SOBR. This is interesting on SOBR, really defended this 250 level here, so you're really sandwiched in that range right now. Volume's still pretty great. Obviously, liquidity is good.
MYOV.
And MYOV still trying to bust through this early area. And not looking too shabby here on this 5-minute chart there. So there's SMTI. Trying to push up through high a day and leave the high of Thursday behind it. So very much worth noting here.
BSAT.
So folks, I gotta take a call here for something. I'm gonna be putting myself on mute for a couple of minutes here. All right, but I'm still watching the chat, still here. Just pardon the interruption on commentary for a moment. All right, I apologize. Some different meetings that I have to attend during the day for different support stuff. So we're back. Quite the rug pull there on BEAT, to say the least. ETXI now breaking towards high of the day again. Still can't quite get through it. Interesting nonetheless here. SOBR, what a move. I'm not sure. Someone was mentioning SOBR. I think they were saying they're adding above 265 or something like that. So it was a great call there, whoever that was. Really nice call. You're sitting real comfortable right now, I'd say. Miners. Now, some mining stocks still look pretty darn strong. GATO still looking very strong, but the miners themselves, I was just blasting through a few of the charts while I was on that call. SIL. The miners themselves kind of topping out a little bit here. GDX, same thing. It was funny, at the same time I was watching the SPY. You had this going on the SPY for a few minutes. It would be good if I could type that correctly, huh? It'd make a huge difference in what we're doing here. You had this going on for about 45 minutes with these topping shadows, and now it's blasted up on through it. So we'll see. We'll see. That high from Friday looms big, I think. Yeah, so PAGS and my mock trade here, kind of sitting around here. Not really doing anything. Again, SOBR, very nice call, whoever that was on that. AZUL continues to grind higher here off that 9 level. And MYOV just can't seem to leave this level behind, about 24.75, give or take. Just can't quite get by it. And ATXI right back down. So, all interesting stuff here. Yeah, Tyler Barry's on vacation for the week, so you're stuck with the substitute teacher for the week. So everybody's got to behave themselves and take it easy on me. Barry shoes are extremely difficult to fill. GATO continuing here. You had that spike there. Was that it? Was that it? Was that it for the day on here? Excuse me. I'm just going to close my main door. Screen door's open, and it's garbage day across the street. There we go. So yeah, SOBR really taking off, and FNGR still trying to hold up above this 5 level. Let's see if it can't break above that again. Big range on it today. I think someone asked about Mac version here. All right, yeah, so Steven, if you're still here, Steven, let me know and kind of go over your Mac options. There's not a lot of them, unfortunately, right now, but we are working on it diligently. So let me know if you're here there. And again, if anybody's either in the main room or the YouTube side and you've stumbled upon us, you have questions, who are we, what we're doing, let me know. I don't want to bore the regulars in here. I'll spare you. I know Barry does it like 10:30. He does that, his whole script that he runs through about trade ideas and all those things like that. So thank you, RC. I'll go with RC. Yeah, I'll spare you, Grumpy Cat, the spiel. Barry's got, I'm sure he's got some kind of script that he's worked out, over the years and everything like that. I kind of know it hand, but I'll spare you folks all that stuff. I think you full well know all that. I'll just, anybody with questions that's new to trade ideas in general, or who we are, what we are, stumbled upon us, let me know then, and then I'll dive into some of that stuff. I don't want to bore the regulars here and turn anybody off and mess up with anybody's mojo here on trading. So P10, that's interesting. Nice move here. Got those moving averages, a little kiss there on that bottoming shadow down, and a nice little boost off of that. It's kind of sitting in no man's land on this gap here. So this gap up and the gap down from it was last week or the week before technically. So zoom in. What was it? Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, Friday. So the gap down from the previous Thursday to Friday. That happened there. What's natural gas doing? Haven't looked at natural gas in a few days. All right, so natural gas continues to be punished. And so I'm wrong 1 out of, 6 on these. So I had people yelling at me back here that was the top in natural gas. And I got lectured here that was the top in natural gas. And then the same people lectured me this was the top in natural gas. And all those same people lectured me that was it in natural gas. And of course, they all lectured me about it here too. And I'm a natural gas bull, was anyways. So they were all wrong. Now, these are also all perma bears too. So while I'm not a perma bull, I'm not a fan of perma bears. So they were all wrong through there right up until here. So far, looking right there. Yes. All right. Got your reel. Make sure I got all these up right here. All right. Just making sure I've got all the chats here. Okay, I see Barry. If anybody needs any Barry's links there, so they're over in the homepage there. I think most of you know that, but just anybody that might be new, you got a discount code if you're looking to subscribe from Barry. Subscription link and all that. No, me all day long, all day strong. I'll pop myself on mute a few times here and there. I have some different calls and things I have to participate in. But no, you're stuck with me for the day, Pete, for good or for bad. Thanks, Tom. Yeah, real. That's exactly it. I got to tell you, I think the last time I filled in here, I told you real and mentioned, you were one of the people that was the biggest influence in especially my intraday trading and stop losses and things of that nature. So
NYA.
You're to me really you're one of the real values here of this room. So whenever I'm in support chats and people are asking my questions about the software and the community built around it. You're one of my selling points. So thank you.
BRT.
So what do we got going on here? Sorry, hearing price alerts going off. So, PAGS set off a price alert here. So still kind of hovering around. Can't get really through that high of the day. SOBR, what a push on that. Really great call. I think it was Shady mentioned he was adding something at 260. He was adding to it at 265. I think Shady had mentioned. So nice call there. Really nice call. This is this aluminum stock, CENX, no? Right? Yeah, Century Aluminum. So just grinding here. Nice 16.5% gain. And these are the things that always kind of, more of a swing trader. I still have a very swing trader mindset. When I see charts that are just falling knives like that, it's very hard for me to want to take a position in them, even though I know I'm only doing it for, I don't know, a minute, an hour, whatever it is. So AZUL continuing its march here. I didn't look at the EZW. For those that don't know, EZW is the Brazil index, or EWZ, sorry, EWZ, right? It's got to be one of those. There we go, that's Brazil. So many symbols to remember. Wow, look at that. Really interesting level here. That's pretty big, I would say. That's pretty significant. Now, at the beginning of the year, you had a lot of big names, especially on Twitter, that were really bullish Brazil. And they were correct for a really long time. I mean, what a great move here. I actually had the pleasure of meeting a gentleman from Brazil who's part of CMT. Unfortunately, we were already on the downslope when I met him here. And he had said, with elections coming and things, it's just a little iffy, but he's very bullish his country, obviously, especially commodities, and very commodity strong country. But he said he felt like it had a good run and that he was a little more cautious, and he was right. You got to bounce and right back through this level. And I don't know how long I've had this line drawn for, but quite a while. So, but here we are. We pop back through it and continue to test it over and over again, banging on it here. And so Brazil looking healthy for the day, maybe with the elections behind it. Their stock market will see some brighter days coming up. So just a longer term look here on Brazil. So still sitting way under its pre-COVID highs. I'm not sure if the election's a done deal. Zach, you and me both with the calls. If I had never had to have another call again, I'd be a very happy person. But as far as the election results, I don't really know. I just know it was going on, and I saw the one person was ahead, and then the other person was ahead, and then the other person was back ahead again. So I don't really know. So there you go. It's a runoff. Thank you, William. All right, so nothing really cooking at this point as far as I'm concerned for me. What a move in SOBR, huh? SPY's starting to hang around now again. So, I mean, I don't know how much more we could ask for. Already a 2+% move here. Take a look at HL, some more mining here. It's a descending triangle here that's happening. Descending triangles do like to resolve this way. It's not a hard and fast rule, but as per a lot of the study that Bowiski did for the CMT, or well, I don't know if he necessarily did it for the CMT, but the CMT uses a lot of his stats and studies. Oh, all right. Good to know. I'm not sounding like cat scratch fever or nails on a chalkboard. Try to keep it kind of even and calm. And I know, Barry's a lot more active with a lot of things in here. Come on, HTML. So this is why, we haven't released the HTML for you folks yet, unfortunately. Just, these little hangups that keep happening here. Soon. I promise. Well, soon is a relative term. But I know Barry's a lot more active going over things, and he runs a few more windows than I do. Let's make something really quick here. Yeah, William, I'm kind of with you in that camp. That will grind higher a bit here. I'm also in the camp of I'd like the bear market to end. It's much more fun to trade bull markets. I miss swing trading. What was I doing here? All right, let's look at what's up the most from the prior day close real quick. There's some volume metrics in here, just kind of messing around. Let's put a 4 price cap on that. Something real simple here. So yeah, mostly what we're seeing already anyways off this relative strength scanner set here. So VSAT, MYOV, ATXI, although ATXI has kind of collapsed now. I don't know. Can we call it a collapse? Obviously, it's still up quite a bit from the close. MYOV still just kind of hanging out at this level. The declining volume. VSAT, what do you look like? Same thing with this declining volume. Sorry, I want to change the symbol linking. Messing with my pin SPY chart.
VRT.
VRT trying to push up some more here. VRT not quite the same on declining volume, and while we obviously don't have that opening volume here, not quite the same ratio of decline. However, I mean, this thing's up $1.66 and just over 17%, so that is holding very strong. LVWR, what are you? Interesting. Very interesting. Huge range on it. But the reason we're not going to see it on the races is it's down almost 18% from the open. Throw a price alert up there. CENX, again, that's Century Aluminum, right? Is that right? Yeah. So just kind of grinding higher here, Century Aluminum. CVNA, I think I saw a few of you mentioning it before with Carvana. Right, this is Carvana? Yeah. For a personal touch, I don't like to buy shoes unless I could try them on. I can't really understand buying a car out of a vending machine. I really don't know anything about the process, to be honest. So I'm kind of also just joking around here. But I mean, I'd like to go to a dealership, establish a relationship, like most people. I'm not exactly a salesperson fan, but I'd like to physically touch something before I buy it, generally speaking. I'm the youngest boomer that exists, I think. So Hazy UL just kind of plugging right along here. We'll just march this price alert up with it. There's gold. Beat, I am certainly not buying that dip. Generally speaking, I am of the mindset when these smaller stocks really sell off, they don't come back. It's not saying that they never have or whatever. It's just kind of it's another stolen realism. So I remember some real mentioning that a long time ago. Generally speaking, these smaller ones, once they sell off, that's kind of it for them. Sorry, so just jumping in a support chat here. So if you hear a lot of typing, that'll be why.
Azul.
Man, we cannot stop this stock right now. What a great, great grinding move. FNGR looking kind of weak here. Any shorts for it? I have to imagine there's shorts for it. Right? Yeah, short. No, it's got doesn't have a red dotted IB, but it's not a green dot. Symbol plus. That must be something new we're doing here. Oh, look at that. No way. No logo. Oh, that messed up this whole thing. Not a fan of that at all. There we go. That's better. All right, was that it? Spy putting in a red candle. Was that it for us on this rally? $61 real has us that turn area. So not far off, 10 cents off before it hit that. Looking at that here. Let's see. So looking at that SPY. Putting in this red candle here. Man, what a sell-off, huh? We got Aj over there in the YouTube room talking about save. Take a look here. Wow, what a reversal here. Big time. Nice reversal here on save. Very cool. Sorry, folks, I'm a little silent because I'm answering a whole bunch of emails and chats and things like that. So my apologies. And again, anybody with any questions or anything like that, fire them away from me. Just at me. Like I said, I know you're basically all pros in here at this point, so I don't think you need a whole lot from me. No, markets are open tomorrow. Uh, I know it's the start of Yom Kippur tomorrow, but no, markets are open. The bond market might be closed, but I don't even think the bond market is closed tomorrow. Sure, Iris, I have something you could use right now. Here's an alert window I've got. I'll give you two versions of it. Oops, sorry, hold on. I'm in the wrong thing. Load from cloud, pull back. These windows won't give off a lot of alerts. All right, but here's two different ones that are very similar. There's one. There's two. Those are just traditional alert windows. Here's a pullback race that we did. This was a couple of weeks ago. Take a look at this here. As I mentioned before, I'm not a fan for a pullback race because I'd rather find the pullbacks by moving my price alerts around, but I'll leave that up to you to determine. I prefer my regular race and moving my price alerts up and down, staying on top of them. I'm obviously not really staying on top of them currently. I'm doing a lot of support answering of questions right now, so I have a lot of emails that I've got to catch up on. So I'm really just monitoring the chats right now and sharing my screen out. And of course, any questions, anybody fire those away for me in the chat panels, whether it's the main room or in YouTube, please. Here's Mookie. Here's a race that I made for pullbacks, and then here I'll share this out with you. I just shared it into YouTube as well. Hold on. There are two alert windows that I created for pullbacks off the high of the day. They don't alert a lot because I kind of optimize them a bit, but they're very similar. The first one will probably have more alerts than the other. I mean, the issue you're going to run into with bullish windows, right now is we're in a bear market. So obviously, today is a little different that we're up today, but, also keep in mind that, we gapped up and kind of ran away up until about half an hour ago, whatever it is that we started pulling back here. So, some windows just won't work in certain market conditions. And so more bullish windows in general right now are going to struggle. That's not to say they won't work. It's just not quite the same. Wow, VRT. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little annoyed right now. What a move. What did we say? We talked about it could get up to this 1170, 1165 area, and we're almost there. Gets through that, then obviously 12 would be on deck as a whole number. I'm not going to lie, extremely frustrating right now. All right, back to my hole of answering questions. And again, just anybody that has questions, just make sure if you're in the main room to tag me if you have any questions. It'll give me an alert. And if someone's asked a question that I've missed, please let me know. I'm not ignoring anybody. I just got quite a few things going on at once here, and I am no Barry, to say the least. And so also as we approach noon Eastern here, there's going to be no handing off for me or anything like that. So, um, for both sides here, just I'm going to run right through. Like I said, I know I'm a little more quiet than normal. Or I know I've been quiet throughout the day. I'll be more quiet on the noon session on YouTube. So really rely on you folks if you have questions to ask me those questions. Um, I won't be just dancing around coming up with comments, trying to really catch up on a lot of stuff from the weekend right now as far as emails go. Also, I think I'm coming to a resolution on fixing my stupid USB drive. So that'll be where my attention is minus questions. So again, any questions, just fire them away for me. Make sure to tag me. And so we're looking like we're topping out just below Friday's highs. VRT keeping on here. So BR hanging around, dancing up at this too far off the high of the day. Got a big range on the day, a little deceiving for me. PAGS, not really doing much of anything. And easy UL, that might have been it. IMVT, this was active last week, wasn't it? Is this that Canadian stock that jumps all over? No, it's something else. All right, up about 10.5% here, but not much volume or not much liquidity compared to those big volume bars I had back there. FSI hanging around. BD, I keep seeing you popping them. Biotech's getting hurt again today a little bit. Yeah, looks like it. So, all right, not a whole lot really going on at this point. Whole lot of nothing. RVNC, Peter's asking about over on YouTube. RVNC, what does that look like? RVNC. Yeah, gap up, just moving sideways mostly after that gap up. Sandwiched in between high of the day and, well, not low of the day, because that's low of the day. So gapped up, got a big bottoming shadow, big topping shadow. Kind of trapped in that box right now. Let's see. Interesting. Even with that gap up, relative volume is meh. And I mean, 740,000 shares by noon is not exactly setting the world on fire. But, you know, you could look at this like this. It'd be awfully long flag, but I've seen people draw worse. All kind of subjective when it comes to pattern recognition. It makes pattern recognition really tough to automate and things of that nature. But can't not notice it. So SOBR putting off that price alert there for me. Still dancing at those levels here.
SOBR.
All right, starting to catch up here on EBOS. Forgot about that, right? That was a high flyer last week, EBOS. Take a look at that there. Oof. Not looking too healthy right now. FNGR. Really kind of painting itself into a corner at this point. Kind of interesting here. I know, those are terrible drawn lines. Please forgive me. That's a little better. So that symmetrical triangle kind of painting itself into a corner they're going to need to resolve. Can't go sideways forever, right? I mean, I suppose it can, but ILAG. I took a couple of okay trades on this last week, and then I got hurt bad on it afterwards on Friday. So took some trades in it these 2 days, actually, in here, around here, and out around here that day. And then I jumped on this one really early on Thursday and got in like here, and then on the pullback got out down here. And then I tried to pull the same nonsense on Friday, and I got in like almost at the top up here, and then got stopped out down here. And that break of the 8 EMA. So that was fun. Handed it right back to Mr. Market. Really dried up on that volume there. I mean, 0.14 relative volume, 450,000 shares traded. So obviously no one's interested in that stock anymore. SOBR again, trying to make it back towards that high of the day. Oxy, Patrick is asking about over in YouTube.
SOBR.
What is Oxy here? Here's something I'd like to do. Oxy as compared to, let's compare Oxy to the XLE and the XOP. So chart style. I feel like these are going to be pretty much the same thing. So, all right, Oxy, obviously this is where Warren Buffett said he was taking that stake that he was taking it into. Interesting. So you've got it outperforming both the XOP and the XLE. You got this, you got that decline that it broke here. Interesting look there on the compare charts. Sorry, I got caught up in something for a second. I don't know. For Oxy, for Oxy to stay healthy, you want it coming back above that level. I guess that's 65, right? You really need it. Obviously, it struggles right there pretty mightily. So that seems like it's a very big deal, that level. Very, very big deal. SBOR taking out high of the day here, and volume coming right back at it. So we've got 3 minutes, well, 2 minutes and change for this 15-minute candle to close for volume, and we're already up above the previous here. Generally speaking, I have a fairly hard and fast rule about taking trades in between about 11:45 Eastern and 2:15, 2:30 Eastern time. I'm not a fan more times than not. There's a lot of head fakes during those couple of hours, like the first 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes of the day. So make of that whatever you will. But I mean, SBOR is sitting up above this level, which is a huge, huge level there. And when you look at other stocks around the board, how much interest is in some of these other stocks at this point. FNGR continues to weaken, right? ATXI continues to weaken. MYOV gaining strength, I would say. VSAT continues to weaken big time. So, this is the playground right now. This is where it's at. So that's one of the things that I look at when I'm considering positions is where is the action? Where is everybody headed to? And right now, MYOV and VRT and SOBR, that's really it at this point. I mean, that's really it. AZUL has come undone a bit. Flattening out those moving averages here. The SPY had that pullback and working on a second green candle in a row again. Sorry, just making sure I'm keeping up on the talks here. So, Patrick, I got distracted with like 10 things at once here. That Oxy below, what was it, 65? We said below 65 looks kind of heavy to me. And remember, gaps like to be filled. So you got this big gap update today. I'm not saying it fills the gap today. I'm not saying it fills the gap ever, but gaps do like to be filled. North is short in VRT here. Well, it's starting to run up into that possible resistance area. So apron, APRN. Whoa. Yeah, what did happen there? My goodness. I mean, has this company ever actually even been profitable? Just curious. So Brazil running kind of flat for a bit here after being a high flyer on the day. Gap up and steady up. Beautiful. Sort of opening 15-minute candles there. And as I said, looking a little sleepy here. I'm curious. We had news on Peloton, PTON. Whole lot of nothing from Peloton right now. Whole lot of nothing. So, all right. SPY putting in another little bit of red here on this 15-minute chart. VRT. Going a little toppy maybe here. Miners continue to try to grind higher. AMPS. Ouch. So fairly new issue. And these kind of nice moves out of these rounded bottoms here. That's all-time highs right there. I'm not sure if there's news involved in this or just the market got a hold of it. Volume and liquidity really taken a tick down here, to say the least, compared to what we were seeing back here. FUBO. This is one of those meme stocks, wasn't it? Pretty sure it was. Some kind of TV or something.
FSI.
Sports. Yeah, blue collar. I mean, Apron, I don't think has ever been. I mean, a lot of stocks like Apron to me are just their day trading vehicles. I mean, I don't think there's anything investable there or anything like that. All right, a lot of flyers on the open that are dead now. LVWR, dead. VSAT, Well, I mean, I won't say it's dead, but it's not exactly lively. ARCO, I think that's pretty much over. Beat, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's done, at least for today. ADTX, $4 was unbearable for it. HOLO, I mean, 600,000 shares on the day, just, eh. SNTI, that 42 level. DWAC looking weak. Not seeing a whole lot looking strong here. I'm wondering if the market breaks down next. So apologize again. Like I said, I'm no Barry. Doing a lot of multitasking around here right now, answering some questions. So if anybody has questions, I don't mean to bore anybody with my silence, but I also don't want to murder anybody with my unnecessary market commentary either. Teddy was asking about Twitter as a big wick. Look. I'm gonna guess that's not real, but give me a second. Let me verify somewhere else. I mean, we really try to get those. No, that's real. I got that on IB too. That is a real wick. That really happened. Or if it didn't really happen, both IB and us are showing it for some reason. So SOB. I do not like this new thing here. SOBR. Getting weak. VRT, week off. It's high the day now. My OV, same thing. Market's putting in another red candle. Not a whole lot going on for me anyways, personally. Yeah, Larry, I'm not sure. So I've gotten here. Let me pull over. How do I detach this nonsense? Let me do it like this instead. New window chart. So I've got this here. All right, be a pain in my neck. So I've got this IB window here. And I mean, what are the odds that both IB and us got tomfoolery? I suppose it can happen. You know, it's not impossible. But you know, I don't know. I can pull up also. I can go back in time on IB's time and sales. So what if we made that a time frame? Let's make that a 1 minute chart. Not interesting. You don't see it on the 1 minute chart. Oh, there it is. So that happened at sometime around the 10:55 time. So what did we say that was? 42.20 something. I'm sorry, I'm just going back through time and sales on IB to see if that actually happened or not. And I can't find it in time and sales, so strangely enough. Right now it's not loading data. You know, we had a long running theory here about big shadows and up and down, that when you see that happen, the price starts to move that direction to fill that wick in, that shadow in. And remember, I'm not allowed to say wick. Interesting. I can't get all the prices, all the prints to populate right now in IB. Yep, that really happened. So here you go in IB time and sales. That print really happened. 42.23 right there. 10.55, 80 shares, 626 shares. So it flashed down like that. That absolutely happened. Those are real prints. The kind of fun detective work I have to do all the time. So those prints actually happened in Twitter, around 700 shares or so.
SNTI.
So sorry, SNTI. Here we go. Making a break. I know that's necessarily a lot of volume, but volume's picking up here compared to what it's been for the last hour plus. 1 minute volume sitting here at, well, it just jumped from 3 and changed to almost 500. So, all right. Oops. Interesting, interesting. Give us something to cheer for on the bull side. Bring up that XOP again. Oops, XOP. So XOP starts to continue to look a little more weak. Spinning top doji starting to happen here. And PS, is that making any noise? Just grinding higher. Yes, stock traders. So topless don't have the 1 minute volume percent because they refresh every 30 seconds. So it was purposely left out at the time. However, the data does exist within the system, so you can add it as, we call it a custom, but it's not really a custom. It's just you can add that data point in as a quote unquote custom, and it'll populate in the single stock window, or not the single stock window, well, also the single stock window, because it's the same deal for that. It'll populate in topless for you. Are you familiar, stock trader, with how to do customs? And sorry, I saw you put that in a couple of minutes ago. I apologize. There's STNI looking strong. Not on the channel bar, on custom formulas. So for example, let me pull over a web page. This is how I prefer to do it instead of in app. If you were on our home page and you logged in here, and on the right side you have all this account management stuff. If you go to custom formulas, and as always, a just disclaimer, yes, I have a whole bunch of custom formulas in here. I don't know what 90% of them do. They're from testing other people's scans when they tell me they don't work. There's no magic formula in here, I promise. Inside here, you can find this PDF. Open a new tab. That is an overview of the formula editor. And it'll have some formulas in here, and it talks about the icons, units, and it goes right into the description of why topless don't have everything in them. You can talk about graphics, blah, 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 and that it only uses pre-existing formulas. Your standard operators here for creating different statements within the system. And then you'll have a list of different data points that are here. And then we have a second list that's more comprehensive for data points. And so here are the short codes and what they are. Then you have these ones over here. So for example, we have volume 1 minute in shares, also in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and 30 minutes. So if someone wanted to see an X amount of shares traded over a minute, 5, 10, 15, or 30 minutes, we technically have that. It's not outright as a filter in the system, though, for alert windows that were topless, but it does exist. So either I can walk you in on how to do this step by step here, or you can email us to support, SUPPORT. No, I cannot type and talk at the same time. So I'm terrible at talking and typing. Cannot do them. So that's why I go very silent when I type. So you can email us there, and we could just stick it into your account. But if you want to learn how to do this, the basics of it anyways, I'm happy to walk you through. You let me know, and we'll take it from there. TI. So Real's talking about some Bollinger Bands on there. Let's throw some bands up here. I do like Mr. John. He was a very, very nice gentleman. But yeah, breaking that upper band. So breaks that band here. Goes on a bit of a run now from there. I say a bit, I mean, relatively speaking here. That's about 42, so it's up about a little over 10 cents since then. Get rid of those bands. What's 270? Yep, so it's going back here to the 19th of September. And that move up. And there's SOBR right back up. Grinding, beautiful, obeying this 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart. Very nice like here for the last couple of hours. SOBR. So MYOV just grinding on the day here. It's got a lifetime high of 3090. Got to go back quite a bit here to find some chart resistance. They're sitting right at it from about a year ago, just over a year ago. SPY just kind of hanging around here.
ADTX.
There's ADTX again. Yes, it would be the exact same filter, stock trader. It would be the exact same filters, same data. So SNTI continuing to push up, looking very nice. MYOV doing the same. And VRT really just kind of hanging out here. A little bit of pullback and trying to be brave. Heard ADTX, I started thinking ATXI. Thought that was kind of strange to see it shoot up like that. Looking really kind of heavy on 2 time frames now. This curling over. AZUL. Moving mostly sideways at this point. SOBR right back down. I'm sorry, someone's asking me a question in our chat about bullish engulfing. 5-minute candles. Take a look at how good these look. Yes, Stock Trader. Sorry, I'm going back and forth between a whole bunch of chats right now. You can just email us to that support at trade-ideas.com and ask for the 1-minute volume percent. And myself or probably Stephanie will probably put that into your account. It'll only take a minute to actually do that. So just let me know. I mean, I'm happy to walk you through so you can understand it, because there's other filters like change 1 minute and stuff like that. So, I'm happy to, like I said, I'm happy to walk you through those if you want, just so you can get an understanding of customs. Like I said, there's nothing overly complicated about it. I mean, it can technically get complicated, I guess. My message thing here. Oh, thanks, Real. Where's my messages? That's not it.
Say like need help with exchange agreements, click here or something simple like that.
I think that sounds fine.
That's
Just gonna mute myself for a second here, folks. There's a meeting going on for our test drive registration, and all my speakers and everything are jumbled because of my wonderful situation.
so I actually think the best place to archive that FAQ for the test drive permanently will be in the health.tradeideas.com knowledge base. But I think you already started up. Start stage to just make sure it's
All right, there we go.
So all done with that quick meeting here. Trying to keep things organized for our test drivers as they come in the next few weeks. I know how much you all love test drive. And then stock trader, I didn't see an email come in from you yet. So just let me know what you prefer. Like I said, I'm happy to walk you through it on screen here or in the or just drop it into your account. But I'll need you to send the email from the email that your username is attached to, because it gives me a back end view of your account. So SNTI still trying to push up on this here. Wow, I didn't realize it really went that much. Great move off that break of 245 here. FNGR, look at that. We were talking about how weak it looked, and here it comes. It's halted on the way up again. Stacking at 566 right now. That's hysterical. So here's IB now 560, 562. That is so very funny. And SPY is making a little bit of a move here as well. So that bodes well for anybody's longs, generally speaking, I would say. I mean, this is, looking at FNGR, this is the stuff that makes our quote unquote jobs hard. Although I don't think trading is a job. I think it's a business, but that's a philosophical discussion to have another time and not torture you folks. And what I mean by that is what makes it hard is, fading all day, fading volume. And, while I certainly wouldn't have counted the stock out by any stretch of the imagination, it looked weak.
FSI.
One could argue it's defended this area well here. So you've got a well-formed base here regardless. I mean, it just explodes out of nowhere. I mean, there's no reason or rhyme for that. But here we are. So that is that. Something else just alerted. FSI is alerting here. Is there anything special going on there? No, not really. Flexible Solutions International, whatever that means. Wow, it's 112 already? My goodness. Sorry. So PAGS, wow, that came out of nowhere, right? I forgot I'm still holding a simulated position and I lost track of that. I kind of gave up on simulated trading. I just got so busy with emails. LICY, I got tricked by LUCY earlier thinking they were one and the same. And this is an ugly looking chart as well. So, and I'm curious, LTHM had a downgrade today. This is a stock that I've been very partial to over the last year plus. Been on the right side of it, been on the wrong side of it. More on the right than the wrong, but definitely taking a few baths on this one too. This was downgraded today though, and what a beautiful reversal here. Nearly going positive on the day right now. What's lithium doing overall? Bring up that. So look at that. Look at that big washout here early on that opening candle, washout shadow, a big move up, back reversal. I mean, overall, yes, it's not a very healthy looking chart, but the market overall is not very healthy looking either. So, I mean, make of that what you will. Probably not going to be telling anyone that has been doing this a long time anything they don't know. But I heard this the other day and I never really thought about it much. It really struck a chord with me. In a Twitter Spaces, Michael Noss mentioned it, and there was another trader, Michael, I forget. I don't know. He's got a good sized Twitter following, probably 60, 70,000 in there. And he was in the Spaces that I was listening into that Michael was speaking in, and talked about how the things that have let us down will not be the things that lead us out of this bear market. So your, Zooms, for example, this will not be what leads us out of this mess. Peloton, I like to pick on these stocks a lot. I won't lie. Moderna, NVAX here, Novavax, these will not be the things that lead us back out. Who am I missing on? Who haven't I picked on yet? I think I got to pick on someone else.
PAGS.
Oh, DraftKings. Is that DNKG? DKN? DK? There we go, DraftKings. Another one. I mean, these will not be the stocks that lead us out. I mean, if I was to pick one to lead us out as compared to the rest, I guess DraftKings would be it because, generally speaking, humans love to gamble. And I would say that part of the falling of this is people having less money to spend on garbage in general. Not that gambling is garbage, but, it's throwaway money. Let's be realistic here. There's no investment in gambling. It's gambling. Just kind of market thoughts for a moment there. Back to your regularly scheduled program. So, wow, FNGR working on high a day here. Just cracked over 6. This thing keeps jumping up, but I don't think this has got anything in it today. Maybe, but I doubt it. I don't think it can really get above this 40-ish level, give or take. Maybe. It's going to need the market on its side, though. P10, same thing here. Let's see, the XOP. Yeah, XOP is sitting around where it was the last time. Just looking over at my sector analysis list for change from the open. YOV hasn't done a lot of moving in the last little bit here. VRT. Trying to get right back up towards that high of the day. Couldn't really do it. ATUS about to win a race. Altis. I was going to say Altis is me, isn't it? Yeah, this is part of the Optimum family or whatever here near where I live. I'd like to short their stock to 0. They're so annoying. So a few plays continue on through the day. SNTI continues off this move here. SOBR still trying. So for whatever all those things are worth.
PAGS.
PAGS keeps trying to make some noise here. Well, maybe Brazil still wants to play. Oh, this new feature in these price alerts is driving me crazy right now. So if anybody's wondering, we've got this symbol plus. So normally it's 3 up here, and so I just instinctively go to the second one for edit price alert, and it is just really annoying me right now. I'll have to learn to live with it because I don't suspect that's going anywhere.
PTEN.
So, all right, here goes another run here in the market. Bringing back up the SPY again real quick. So for anybody in long trades, it's a nice move here. That one candle kind of closed below that 8 EMA.
MYOV.
All right, MYOV pushing on it. So, kind of following the market here. Some of these stocks pushing on these here. P10 trying to wake back up again. PAGS, that's interesting. So what was its high of the day? It got rejected off high of the day here. So I don't know, 1453, give or take. $52, I guess. Yeah, high is 1452. I think it was the same here, right? 54. All right, so it did previously take it out. So there's that FNGR. Had that huge volume spike come in. Now starting to give it back up again. Not a huge float, but certainly not a tiny float either. About 27 mil in the float, give or take. It's interesting right there, like that alone.
SOBR.
And bring over the sector analysis real quick here again. So silver, high-ho silver, metals and mining. So nice big green candle from that there. Silver Junior, OIH. I don't really know about OIH. Great indicator here. The steel sector. Interesting. Doesn't really trade much, but steel sectors. I mean, what's Cleveland doing? CLF, right? Is that Cleveland? Cliff. All right, interesting. And X. What are you doing? I'm having some fairly solid days, I'd say. All right. There's our XLE. So, all right, interesting stuff here. Yeah, I'm here and not here for speaking. Whoop. Is my mic working here in the room? Hmm. Can you guys hear me can you all hear me in the room again? Pretty sure YouTube can hear me.
All right, so back off mute for a moment here. I'm just in a meeting with a few of the guys here, but I'm mostly listening in. So, stock trader, if you're still around, you were asking about that 1 minute volume filter. I have gone ahead and added that to your account. I also sent you an email letting you know that I've done that. So you should have that 1 minute volume percent for you now. Well, so AZUL trying to take back at high of the day again. ADTX broke 4. So, all right, some bullishness out here. Yeah, funny you mentioned that. I saw that on the races, the Rent a Center. Yeah, really nice bounce here. All right, perfect. Glad you got that. And again, just let us know if you have other questions with that, with the customs and things like that. You know, we can send you some documentation over if you want to dig into it a little bit itself as well. I am no customs expert, but the basics of it I can help with for sure. Well, ADTX still trying to get stuck out of the mud. It'll pop as soon as I sell it. That's my motto there, Mamba. I all the time I tell the guys in our Slack chat, I said, all right, well, I sold my position and whatever, so it should skyrocket now. comp coming out of nowhere right now. Weber, this is one of those meme stocks, right? That stuff just boggles my mind. SNTI struggling a little bit here. Real talked about the top of that channel with the Bollinger Bands. Take a look at what those Bollinger Bands look like now. So, well, starting to fail through after a few pokes through, a little bit up over above that. And there's ADTX. Yeah, not a whole lot else for me to poke at right now. VERU. Yeah. I'm not sure, Teddy. I have a feeling no, to be honest, but it's possible. Yeah, Ted, Harry, the same thing for me. I don't like to trade this time of day. I don't particularly care for it. I'm not saying there's never anything there, but I just find more times than not, it's a lot of failed breakouts at this time of the day. So I'm just kind of flashing through around some of these. Up the biggest from the close actually right now. It's a fast top list that I created here. Pretty solid move here on FSTX. Won 6 races here. I didn't even notice that. Steve said nerve. So for you over there, Teddy, in YouTube land, Steve talked about nerve, although there's no volume in that at all. He said nerve maybe and like ... WDLS. LDS. There we go. It's interesting. Wow, a lot of volume, a lot of liquidity. Crazy. Not 50%. I mean, under $2. So, very interesting. Wow, interesting move for Weber. ATHX. That sounds familiar. No. No, I'm confusing it with something else, I think. ATHX. I can't put a finger on that one. And again, anybody with any questions or anything, just fire away for me here. I'm kind of just twirling my thumbs and answering emails here at this point. Sorry, I just had to mute myself for a minute. I'm in a meeting, like I said before, and a lot of back and forth right now. KPRX. Yeah. These are the ones that always get me, 200,000 shares. And I mean, big move here. Real big move, but, there's no real liquidity in it. Holy cow, KPRX. What is going on? Look at that move. Well, caught it really early here. And halted. Look at that. What a move. It was 100,000 shares pretty quickly right there. So I'm just troubleshooting a scan here for someone. They don't know why something did not meet their criteria.
and should be working over on YouTube too. So sorry, just meeting with Mr. David Afariat and a few of the other guys here. Some things we're working on. And David will probably be jumping into the room in a little bit here with me on both sides. So just working on a login for him for StreamYard so he can come into the YouTube side of it as well. And again, I'm just working on some troubleshooting of this scan for someone who want to know why something didn't meet the scan. Holy cow, KPRX. Look at that stacking at 950 right here, folks. Well then. This is why I don't completely poo-poo away, these low volume stocks here, because you never know when it's about to have its moment. And that's why I also run my races the way I run my races. If something's not relevant, I'll determine that based on, the chart and the single stock window, but I don't want to miss out on a big move just because it hadn't traded much to that point in the day. Because like I said, you never know when the moment is coming. Whoa, and KPRX is open, folks. What a move happening here, huh?
DLR.
Yeah, PAGS. I haven't been paying attention to it. I really thought it might make a move off that. I thought it would follow Azul like it did. It did not. Here's the AZUL. So as a comment back to Patrick in the YouTube room, AZUL continued up and PAGS. I don't even have a spot for that here. That just banged around here. So, anyways, it is what it is. It's sitting there in a mock account anyways. All right, history today. Average true range. Average true range is the culprit there. And that average true range will be the culprit in all these. Yes, sir, Bob. And SPY again making a nice bullish move again here.
PAGS.
Alrighty, that takes care of that. Wow, Holly's having an okay day today. She's not exactly lit the world on fire the last couple of months. What a move here. And this thing's already at 1 million shares now. So when we looked at it's gotten 800,000, just about 800,000 shares since we first looked at it. Unbelievable. And again, that's why I scan the way I scan. I'm annoyed not to be able to trade it right now, but that's life. Sorry, Lester, I just saw, is there a way to run races on stocks that have high short interest and short floats? Kind of. I mean, you can scan for stocks that have that, but short interest and short float do not update in real time. They're reported to the exchanges bi-monthly, and they're based on estimates anyways. So that's why, you can go through 10 sources and find 10 different numbers on that, but they're not actively updating, like change from close or change from open is actively updating. So you would want to build a scan based on stocks that have whatever you consider high short and short float and short interest. And then I would run that race based on change from open still, because you're going to want to, if the idea of what you're looking for is a squeeze, you're going to want to find stocks that are moving up intraday. And the best way to find stocks moving up intraday is going to be to scan based on change from open and or close. I'll let you determine what you prefer from that. I prefer change from open personally, but that's just me. I still just maintain that my race is the best and don't need anything else. It's the only thing that I'm biased about in life. And I apologize, Lester. I did not realize how long ago that came in. I was stuck in a meeting. Some stuff important to me, some less important to me, but I had to participate in a few of the things that were going on in that meeting. VTNR. It's a refinery here. Had a big run months and months ago. And never been able to get back out of the mud really after that. Collapse with the rest of energy. But if they ever do decide to turn back on fossil fuels, this might be one to keep an eye on. Thanks, Lester. I apologize. I didn't mean to leave you hanging so long like that. I'm really sorry about that. I don't like leaving people hanging because I know what it's like when you're looking for support and with questions. So I do apologize for that. A lot of multitasking for me here. Tomorrow should be a little better. Run a smoother ship tomorrow. Let's see. Yeah, of course. I'm happy. I'd love to pump this scan. It's like it's my claim to fame. I feel like. Just give me 1 second. I'll shoot that over to you. I'll open it and go over in detail what I did with this because there's a couple different up there. They're basically the same. All right, so let's see. So like I said, all three of these, my screen's all set up here properly. So who's that? Laura. All right, so Laura, basically all three of these are the same. The big difference between them is price cap. So these two with the X have a $30 price cap. This one with the circle has a $100 price cap, all right? And what I did is this. Actually, sorry, let me do this a different way. Let me pull up the top list first. And I'll do my full rant here on races and how I've done them and why I think they should be left very simplistic. All right, so obviously races at their core are a top list. This top list looks like this. So I'm looking at stocks between $2 and $100 on that. Up here, it's $2 and $30, but splitting hairs here. Traded at least 250,000 shares on the day. I put a 5-minute volume percent in here with a 15. And the reason I did that is because when I first created this race, I would start getting stocks that traded like 30,000 shares here and then trade for 20 minutes and trade another 20,000 shares here and then trade for half an hour and then trade another 40,000 shares, whatever it was. It just kept doing that. So I wanted to eliminate those. I want to see stuff that's consistently trading. I don't need trading a ton of shares every minute, but I don't want to see 20 and 30-minute lagging times in between transactions on it. So that's why that filters in there like that. And then in the spirit of John Bollinger, who actually created Bollinger Bands at a break. Now I'm oversimplifying this, so don't take this to full heart, anybody, but a break of the top band indicates a buy, a break of the lower band indicates a sell. There's more to it than just that, but I wanted to find something to indicate momentum aside from change from open. So I put Bollinger Bands in here just as an experiment. I want to see 80% above the lower band. So I do not use Bollinger Bands on my charts. I don't look at them. I don't use them in any way, shape, matter, or form. But I just use them in the scan, and it happened to work well. So once those stocks are all found, they're obviously ordered in some way, and that order is going to be a change from open here. So that's how the top list part of it works. Then when we get to the nitty-gritty of the race, what I did was this. I decided I wanted to run on 3-minute races. At first, I had no logical reason for that whatsoever. I just picked 3 minutes because I liked the number. Later on down the line, I said, wow, 3 minutes and 15 minutes for my charts. That means 5 races per candle. And it kind of stuck with that logic. But the number came before the logic. Running 10 lanes, meaning it's taking the top 10 stocks, essentially. And then I'm running it on a delta value on change from open. So essentially the way this is going to work is once I've got the 10 stocks that I want in here into the race, now I want them to all start evenly. And what's moving from the open now? The reasoning and the way this works for me is, let's just pretend for 1 second here that DSKE is the one that's really moving. But looking at it on change from open at only 8.2%, it's not exactly going to be able to take these other stocks up here over very easily, right? So it could technically be climbing the leaderboard, and I can never see it actually move up the leaderboard whatsoever. But by having the delta value here, it will be able to climb the leaderboard if that's the one that's leading. So that's the reason for how this whole thing works and why I'm so big on the races. I do believe there will be some good stuff that I can do with races, actually really some great stuff that I'll be able to do with races with swing trading if and when I get to that point again. It's not really an if, it's just a when, because it's just not a market for swing trading. That's all there is to it. And yes, are there swing trades to be made every week? Absolutely there are. It's just a much tougher environment, and I don't feel like taking risk home overnight, and I don't have to. I'm doing okay day trading, so I'm happy with the results given this bear market for the last couple of months. So that's the short and skinny of how that all works. And of course, I'm going to share the scan now. Give me 1 second, and I call it relative strength from the open. I used to call it racing on Bollinger Bands, but everybody got hung up on the fact that I used Bollinger Bands on it. So by taking that out of the equation, there we go. I get less questions about Bollinger Bands because, again, it doesn't really have anything to do with Bollinger Bands, the scan. Or, it's not that it doesn't have anything to do with it, but it doesn't need to be focused on with the charts. And just in case anybody's in YouTube and wants it, I drop it in there as well if someone doesn't have it over there already. So there you are. You are very welcome, Laura. And again, I don't think I've missed anybody's questions or comments in here. But if I did somehow, please just throw it back in there and tag me. It works much better if you tag me. Just a lot of stuff that I'm doing over here. Oh, Patrick, yeah, it went after you sold it. That's just the way it is. But if I had a nickel for every time that happened in a position that I was in, I'd need to trade a lot less, to be honest. It just kind of is what it is with those things. So what happened with, what was that high flyer that jumped on us for a few minutes? Was that KPRX? I'm curious what happened with that. Oh man, that's messy looking, but we'll start to glean some stuff from it here. Spread isn't terrible. Spread's at 7 cents right now. Again, when I'm referring to the spread, back to 5 cents now. So boom, just jumping all over the place again now. So what I'm referring to IB's time and sales. I don't think Thinkorswim open right now. Plus Thinkorswim's tougher for me to bring over. It's easy for me with a separate window with IB. But this is interesting right here. We've got great volume and great liquidity now. I mean, this thing was just over 200,000 shares when we saw it, right? Traded. And here it is now at 2 million shares. So just imagine if I was scanning for stocks over 1 million shares, I wouldn't have been catching this till after that move. I caught this before $8 with that scan. I'm not saying I could have got it. I'm not saying anybody could have got it, but it was there. I knew about it as early as anybody knew about it. And I'll guarantee that if there's some breaking news on this scan picked it up as early as the breaking news was released. And again, that's why I don't care for news at all. News is garbage. Turn the news off. Don't waste your time with it. Anyways, some constructive stuff I'd see on this chart right here. This is a big level to me right there where these bodies of these candles are in the 5-minute chart and the back body of that 15-minute chart there. Getting up above that, closing and holding up above that, might have a shot back at that 10 here. Ridiculously low float. I'm just noticing that now. So you under 1 million in that float. and a pretty big high short float right here. Now, I mean, where are these people short? Are they short here? Are they short here? Are they short here? Are they short back here? I have no idea. But nevertheless, big short float, can't notice it, can't discount it. So very, very interesting. I did say that, and I did share it, and I will post it again there, El Cesar. There you go. That's it again right there. There's Azul again, banging on high of the day. So some of these other ones, ADTX, just can't get above that level. It doesn't have the volume, I feel like.
PTEN.
Although, I mean, it's trading 5 times. Oh, sorry, 4.5 times what it's normally trading. So it's not like it has no volume whatsoever. And I don't know. Just feels weak when it's banging into that level up there. I mean, looking at this chart, this is ridiculous. Is it it must be a reverse split on this chart. I'm guessing ADTX must have done a reverse split. I mean, it doesn't have to, but I suspect it has. 479 lifetime high. I would just suspect that's that. What else? So what are we at? We're at 2:30 now. Sorry, my internal clock is really, really messed up right now. Staying up all night when you're in your 20s and staying up all night when you're in your 40s is not the same. Let me know if that's any better, William. I moved. Hold on. Maybe my microphone got turned down again. These stupid settings keep jacking all over the place. Let me know if that's better, William. If you got me on, just let me know. Or anybody else, if I sound low, please let me know. Do what I can for this. Like I said, I don't have my regular mic. That made it worse. Fading in and out. Okay. Yeah. How about now? That do anything for us? That do anything on my mic there? Anybody? Sounds good on YouTube. All right, do I have sound in the main room? Nope, my sound in the main room is not working again. Very awesome. Mic check in the room, still not working. Sorry for you people on YouTube. The room hates me. Not the people in the room, but. All right, let's try that. Teddy, I pulled an all-nighter because I had something go wrong with my USB ports in my laptop. And obviously, I still have something wrong with my USB ports in my laptop. The device manager keeps losing them somehow. I think that should have resolved it. Best I can get it for now, anyways, till I go break this laptop over someone's head in a few hours from now. ADTX making some noise again. So KPRX falling apart here right now, anyways. Let's come down, tag that 5-minute 8 EMA. Well, let's see. Let's see what it can or cannot do. Market continues strong right now. So bring up this SPY chart here. So, well, if nothing else, even if it's a one-day rally, it feels good to see green on the indexes. MYOV made itself over 25. All right. EZUL back, taking out high of the day here. PAGS making my paper trading account look good. Comp, we talked about that, but good, okay liquidity, 1.1 million shares traded, but not much volume, relatively speaking. VRT never really broke down. It looked like it might break down back here earlier. Stuck in this range here. Not getting any love from the market, though, to be honest. The markets continue to steam away. But not a whole lot happening there. So ADTX.
SOBR.
Yeah, SOBR poking its head back up again.
SOBR.
If I same, if I could have some of the results from my paper account, it would be nice. Well, I guess the question we ask ourselves now, with what we've had go on today, is do we get a 2-day run? I mean, it's certainly possible. Nothing's impossible. PDSB. What are you doing?
PTEN.
I don't think a whole lot's going on there, but 1,000 on the 1-minute volume here. I don't think that's much. No filter. It's just my price alerts. Just this price alerts window here is going off with sound. I actually, I didn't use sound for like 3 years with trade ideas. I just didn't really care for sound. And then when I kind of started devising this way, when I swapped back to day trading early this year, a couple of months into it, I said, I keep missing my price alerts going off because I'll have my head down answering emails or in a call or a chat or something like that. I kept missing my price alerts going off. And I was like, well, having sound for just one window would be all right. So that's what I did. So it's just this one window. As I tell people, especially during intraday times, I'm a very, very, very simple trader. I complicate things a little more with swing trading, but I just haven't had any real cause or need to do any swing trading. I'll save it for like the last hour so that I'm here. I have a couple of scans that I look for swing ideas, and I'll pull those out, and we can go over those and see if there'll probably be a few stocks in them. I don't know. They've been pretty dry lately. But yeah, market continues to chug along right now. Chug a lug along. RMED. It's interesting. I mean, ugly intraday chart, but I have a price alert here, so I didn't see this earlier. If I did, I didn't notice it on the races. But this is an interesting level, this 650 level right here. Plenty of liquidity, good volume. Not much of a short float, but a huge short growth. For someone's wondering why I would say at 650 level looks interesting. Coincide with this right around in here. Yeah. A little higher you want, actually. So I'm a little off on that 650. 650 is kind of relevant to the last couple of days, I guess. But looking back at a bigger picture, yeah, look at that. Interesting. When it came down, held that line, broke it, couldn't get back through it, couldn't get back through it, couldn't get back through it. Still can't get back through it. So that's your line in the sand right there. And I didn't know that was going to line up with today's high of the day. I based that right here on the daily chart. So I love my pivot lines.
PAGS.
RMED is a reverse split. Thank you, John.
SOBR.
Just in that top list, you'll want to type it. Look, you'll go to configure stock trader. You'll have this up like this. Search, and then type in whatever I told you. Was it 1 minute volume or volume 1 minute? I think you did volume 1 minute %, right? So you want to look for it like that, and it'll have, see how it has this icon U0. Yours will actually have that same icon as mine because that was your first custom ever. It's also my first custom ever. So that's why customs can't transfer though, because, well, they can if they're lined up perfect between the accounts with the icons. But if I had used this as my second custom, this would be U1, not U0. But it should be right there in the search. KPRX hanging around here. This 5.8 is flattening out. Or 8.5, is that the way I'd say it, right? Volume is kind of dried up. So, all right, I believe I have someone here that believes they're having some issues with their scans. I don't know if you're in the YouTube side of the room or the main room. But let me know if you can hear me and if you can give me as much detail as you can with what's going on. Tyler, why is WLDS not in my races? Let's see, WLDS. It's not in my races because it's under $2. Got to be over $2 to be in my races. Yes. A couple of years ago, I didn't trade stocks really under $8, and then I lowered it to $4, but I still didn't really trade stocks under $8 anyways. And I left it like that up until, I don't know, let's say July of this year. and then I lowered it to 2. I don't really day trade. Well, let me rephrase that. I didn't day trade much over the last few years. I really was mostly focused on swing trading. But when the market, something underneath the market obviously turned back in January, even though we're, topped out in January, we didn't tank necessarily. When that started to kind of change, I could feel it in my swing trading, and I decided to start playing around with the races. And next thing I know, I was having really good success with day trading with the races. And I decided to lower it because we were having some good moves on stocks that were, below $4. But stocks have a personality based on price too, and so I don't know that I'm really comfortable with stocks under $2. One of the things I don't like is I don't like having to take huge share sizes. So 47-cent move in this is 53%, and I get it all works on percent basis, but I don't like taking huge share sizes to be able to get the move that I want. I know it all works the same when you're looking at how I'd set my stop and things like that. Just personal preference, really, at the end of the day. That's all it is. Yeah, stock trader. So right click and go into configure on the top list. And I would just type volume. And you're going to find it in here somewhere in volume.
Window.
So if you just type volume, you're going to come across U0 as one of the items. And that should take care of you. So probably just easier. Then you can notice what it is. You should have percent as the value over here. So INDO, whoops. INDO perking up. Let's see, is it perking up with any volume though? No, it is not perking up with any volume whatsoever. Excuse me just a moment here, folks. And stock trader, did you find that? You should have been able to find that now, right?
Azul.
So sorry, folks, just some messaging coming in. Personal note, I have a child who has skateboard lessons and it's about to rain here and trying to figure out if that's actually happening or not, so I apologize. So some things came in here. DAC, you have to look at volume ratio, Chris, to look for 300K plus. Yeah, just it's one of those things for me with more of more of a mental thing, I would say. You should have that in your account. Go to, do this for me just in case, stock trader. Go to account, reset your connection, and then look in your top list to see if it's there then. Because I'm 100% certain I put that in there. And you, I'm not sure what you mean by this channel. And Steven, my trade idea is worm. New highs, new lows does not update automatically. Neither does my stock with the most upside alerts. Why? There should be no reason it's not updating. We have no servers down. Nobody else is reporting any issues whatsoever. You can see mine here is updating in real time right here, coming through. Do you see stocks moving across the bottom? You should see stocks moving across the bottom. It's just that if they're not making new highs and new lows as per the alert the core alert window, you're not going to see anything. But I mean, you can see here, you can try this. Perhaps something got hung up in your system. Again, for you there, Steven, over on the YouTube side of things, go to account, go to reset connection. All right, but everything here is working just as it should. The other thing, Steven, is you can email us the scans. We can take a look back and look at the scans to see how tight your filters are and everything else. You can email those to us at support@trade-ideas.com. Support@trade.com. There you go. Email that there. All right. Bitcoin bumping the ceiling. Did you find that yet, stock trader? Sorry, I'm going to go back through the emails to double check here. Yeah, so it should be 1 minute volume percent is what that should look like. Should look like this. It should look exactly like this filter here for you. Do your initials start with a CM? Yeah, you can absolutely have two, Steven over in YouTube. You could have two windows open at the same time. You can have many windows open at the same time. The limit will kind of be more about your bandwidth of your internet connection and your machine more than anything else. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure it was you. I just checked your account. That is in there for sure. Oops. Alrighty. What else is happening here coming into the close? So Steven over in YouTube. I mean, are you seeing stocks, move? Oops. At the bottom of this window, you should be seeing stocks move every once in a while. It won't constantly be moving this time of the day because you got to figure how many stocks are actually making new highs and new lows at this point in the day. see that. How do I open a race in a new window?
user,
So there's a couple of ways you can go about doing a race. You can go new and you can launch real-time stock race like that and just, pick one of these things and launch it. I got to make them get my race on here. Or you can build the race out, which is what I'd prefer to do, through a top list window. So go new, top list, and then just start building it out with whatever you want. That's how I would take it, so the things that I do right away when I'm building any scan, the first thing I do is set, price range. Oops. Whatever you want that price range to be, and then I like to, I want to see a minimum amount of shares traded, whatever that happens to be for you. So basically like building out any kind of top list, and then you want to see what the sort function is. And then once you've got that all set up, right? So once you've got however you're doing it, so then you have the top list here like this, and you're going to right click and launch real-time race. And it's going to auto start them, which I don't like, but it is what it is. So after it auto starts, press the stop button here, and you can right click, come into race setup, and then you can, choose how many minutes you want to run the race, your lanes, how you're racing. And what you can race on will be based on the columns of the top list. So let's just say there's something you want to race on that doesn't exist in here. So for example, if I wanted to race on, I don't know, 5-minute volume, for example, all right, I would have to right click, come into configure the race now, the top list configure of the race. You'll get this window here. You want to go advanced, and you'll come to search. And so, volume 5 minutes is at the top. So I'll click on that, and I'd click show column. So it's here, it brings me the columns. And then if I press OK, now I can find 5-minute volume here to race on. And I recommend racing on a delta value. I don't think there's any reason to race on the server sort, because the server sort's already found what I want. Now I want them to start evenly to see what's moving now, not what has moved in the past. The server sort is what has moved up till now. The delta value is what is moving now, essentially. And that's the big key difference. And obviously you're not going to want to sort on any of these things here, because that wouldn't make any sense for the race itself. Not to me anyways, but experiment. I could be wrong. I'm happy with my result. I'm very happy with the results of the races that I've created. So. But stock trader, you're typing, that's what you're typing, 1-minute volume like that. That's what you should be typing. Unless you saw my email, right, stock trader? I want to make sure I have the right person that I emailed. I mean, the odds that 2 people are asking the same thing on the same day. All right, perfect, Stephen. Glad that helped you out there.
FNGR.
All right, folks. So I'm going to put myself on mute for a moment here. I'm going to take a couple of minute break before before we get started here in the 3:30 hour. So I just throw myself up on mute. All right, I am back, everyone. Let's get rid of that. Don't save. I see stock trader got that figured out. Very good, very good. A little tomfoolery going on here with the SPY. And I mean just a little. What I'm alluding to is this bottoming shadow that, we got there. But looks different on a 5-minute chart. Big day though. I mean, 3% up on the SPY, 3% up on the Dow, and 2.8% up on the NASDAQ right now. So it is what it is. Today is a nice green day. But as the saying goes, some of your biggest bull runs are in bear markets. I mean, this is a great bull run right here, right? Still a bear market. So, the trend is your friend, and the trend is most certainly not positive right now. But yeah, hope it lasts. As a comment in the YouTube side of things when I'm running things over there. I get, bear markets are a natural part of market cycles and all those things like that. But, it's not comfortable. People with 401k plans and retirements and all those things like that, and you think you're getting ready to retire. Yes, it's all part of investing and all that stuff like that. It doesn't mean have to like it. Doesn't mean you wish ill on anybody, but it is part of all of it. I would like to see everybody do well. I know Barry normally shuts down the main room at this point. I'll leave it open for now. I mean, unless people start leaving in droves, then I'll close it. I'm sure William and Real have things that they need to get to at some point today. So don't feel, if you guys are ready to, break away, don't feel any obligation to sticking around. Thank you, Real. I appreciate you being here helping a whole lot. I wish I could get more interaction with the room and you overall. And generally, I'm buried. You're welcome. You're very welcome, stock trader. Happy to assist with any of those things. Like I said, I'm not the greatest when it comes to customs, but basics, no problem. So FNGR still hanging around up here. Good night, Real. You have a good one. Thanks again. Really appreciate you hanging around here. Keep an eye on the chat with us. Oops, didn't have the chat open over there on YouTube. Okay, let's go. I'm trying to decide between E-Trade and Interactive Brokers. Have you used either of these brokers? In your opinion, which one would end up saving the most? So I've never used E-Trade, Robert. I have used IB. IB's fine. I've got no issues with IB. But you know, you do pay a commission with IB, and if you're going to use Brokerage Plus, you got to pay a little bit of market data from IB. Nothing crazy. It's like $5 a month, I think it works out to be. I will say that IB has a better short book than E-Trade does. E-Trade is not good for shorting stocks at all. So, you know, if shorting stocks is something that's important to you, then I would consider that, Robert. Aside from that, I don't have any, you know, that's the only thing I can really say about E-Trade. Other than that, I mean, I think, you know, like everybody else, your fills are going to be your fills. So I guess I'm going to clear those alerts. All right, yeah, so I cleared the alerts. I think we don't need the upgrades and downgrades there anymore. Save me a step in the morning in the main room. I'm guessing, let me pull up, I think you're talking about this. You're talking about this one here. And so type means the type of alert. So it's a 5-minute high is the trigger for the alert, Peter. So this is a question to Peter in the YouTube room. He's been looking at, you know, pre-market highs. And just one moment here. I believe Mr. David Farriott is going to grace us with his presence. Be nice to have some company in here on the side of things. I'm going to put some headphones in. I'm just changing my setup real quick, folks. Bear with me a moment.
All right, let's see. Did that all go through correctly? All right, let's see. Is this all going? All right, the room looks good. And let me know. Oh, I heard that ping. That's the ping that Barry always hears on StreamYard. All right, first time I get to hear that. Let me widen things out a little bit. And so, David, I've got you there. Your camera's on. I don't know if you want your camera on. And I can add your microphone to the stream. There we go. So you're in. Everybody can see you there, and you should be live with audio.
Everybody.
We're sounding good.
Okay, great.
So you're on the YouTube side of things. I don't know if you want to log into the room itself as well.
Okay, yeah, I may do that. Looking at some of these questions here.
All right, and just adjusting my mic. There we go. All right, audio is working. Michael is with us here.
Yeah.
Very cool, very cool.
I like Robert's question. It's a good one. I'm trying to decide between E-Trade and Interactive Brokers. Have you used either of these brokers? In your opinion, which one would end up saving the most?
Yeah, and what I said, you know, is obviously with E-Trade and IB, the biggest difference is going to be commissions and the market data. If you're going to use Brokerage Plus, market data won't really matter in IB if you're not using Brokerage Plus, I don't think. If you're going to use our software and the charts for, last price and things like that, you don't need to pay IB for the data at that point. Execution's an execution regardless. And the only other thing I could comment on that is IB does have a little better of a short book. I don't know by how much, but definitely a little bit better of a short book.
Totally agree with that.
So, but I have no E-Trade experience other than knowing those. I've used IB, I've used Fidelity, I use Thinkorswim still.
I still use both. I have an account at both. And so to answer, Robert's question from a user experience point of view, I find E-Trade's experience to be cleaner, more simplistic is not the right word, but more intuitive. IB has a lot of capabilities, but it is, I find it difficult sometimes to use and certainly not quite intuitive to use all the bells and whistles there. E-Trade's presentation is better, but for all the reasons, like I said, I use both, and I probably do more of my trading when it comes to regular straight equities trading on IB. But for instance, the E-Trade has a better presentation of its options capabilities by far.
I'll throw my camera on too, since you got a camera on.
Right on. So let's see.
And then Peter was asking about, so Peter had been asking last week a little bit about pre-market alerts and, taking out the pre-market high during the regular session. And so he was asking about type. And so since, taking out the pre-market high is going to be a filter, you got to have an alert attached to it. So I was going over here on type. That means the type of alert, which is the 5-minute high there, Peter. So
same thing with what is change percent, change
right
in the open.
Exactly. So those are all going to be filters. And if we open up the scan here and just to take a look at its core, you've got the selected alert. Let me clear out the non-used one. So that's where type is coming in again on this right here, that 5-minute high. And then if we click over to Windows specific filters, using that below pre-market high here, and if I open the show me function, it's telling me that I'm looking at stocks that are either above the pre-market high, at the pre-market high, or they're no more than 2 cents below. So I'd put the 2 cents below just to catch it maybe a touch before it cracks over that. And again, the catalyst, if the filters are met, being that 5-minute high. So let me know that makes sense there for you, Peter, and that helps out.
We spend so much time with the interactive brokers with all the latest features and so forth that, those filters and the way all the help that's built around the histogram of what results you can see if you choose a filter and you choose an alert setting and results or what of the universe of stocks we're tracking, what is this going to show you? These are powerful support tools that we've had for years, and yet they still, they're still as helpful as ever. But in going to another aspect of trade ideas, which is building your own scans, there's so much that we provide that, to say, here's our best thinking, that it's refreshing sometimes to see a look at people using the tool to go several layers below or after the first impression to create like their own scans.
Oh, exactly.
It's just interesting. It's another way of using the tool.
So I'm just throwing in the YouTube link in the main room in case anybody wants to migrate over this way. And there we go. So and I had someone in the main room, Steven, asking about what I think is the best strategies during the last hour. I would say for me, I would be looking more at things breaking out in the last hour, at least in this market anyways. You're not going to want to really try to play a pullback play this time of the day because you don't have time on your side any longer. That's my thought process into it. So you want to find things that have either been strong and continuing to plow through, or things that have already made the rebound and now continuing to plow through. So I don't think there's a whole lot to look at right now as far as that goes. Just bring up my my relative strength scanners here from the open.
I go back to the smile curve, right? You have all this volume at the beginning of the day, and then the mid part of the day gets kind of light, and then all the volume starts to come in at the end. And at the end, it starts to mean like, where's that volume in this battle between, buyers and sellers?
Right.
Who's in control of that? You generally want to be riding that horse. Whomever is in control.
And so this isn't a good illustration necessarily of that on the volume, but you have IMVT here, and it's doing 4.25 times what it's normally doing on volume. You've got 1.7 million shares traded, so it's got plenty of liquidity in there. And we could see here coming into 3 o'clock had that slight pullback, and now we're looking real strong, busting through $7 right here. So I mean, now I'm not going to take a trade right now in it, but you look left on that, and busting through 7 is kind of a big area. You look at that, and you get through that. You start to look at $8 as that next level, looking left on that. So that's where I'd be looking at the end of the day in things like that. Something that was a high flyer earlier in the day, obviously, like let's take a BEAT. Now that fell apart early in the day after taking out $5. And there's nothing there. Look, it's still doing 6.79 what it's compared to what it's normally doing on the relative volume. And it's still extremely liquid, 7.3 million shares traded. But the interest isn't there. And this will go back to exactly what you were just saying a minute ago, David. Look at that. We don't have that bell curve right there on the volume. The volume dried up and never really picked up again. So just exactly what you were saying there. That interest is waned throughout the day and continue to do that, unfortunately, for anybody in beat.
Right. At that low volume, it's almost a head fake, whatever it does.
There we go. So, you are in both sides for me now. Perfect. So I'm going to mute the audio on.
That's what I had to do. You still hear me? I muted in one, and I.
Yep. There we go. Perfect. All right. Perfect. So you're in both sides. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So, but it just also, I can never pound the table enough on this one, but it shows the depth of the scanning that the races do, because you have something that was so in focus early in the day. I mean, first, let's see, 15, 30, 45 hour, roughly the first hour of the day with BEAT, right?
Right.
And while it's still technically relative in the sense of how much volume it's traded, the move that it's made over the last couple of weeks, it's not in our focus anymore. And it doesn't necessarily, I don't want it in my focus. And that's what I have set up in the scanning that I'm doing with the races. And I continue to pound the table how whatever I really want to look at, it's right there in the races. And part of, what I do, and I was going over with everybody early in the room today, is I use the price alerts in tandem with the races. So I actually hadn't used sound in trade ideas in years. I just didn't have a need for it. But all of a sudden I said, let me use the price alerts with the races. So when the first races are going off, I'm clicking through and going through each one. I'm setting price alerts on all these different stocks early in the day. And I set them towards their high of the day, and then, bump the price alerts up and down accordingly throughout the day. But I often find myself answering emails, or I'm, in different meetings with you or, whoever else throughout the day. And so my focus isn't always right on the software. So I've got this great list that's started throughout the day, but then keeping it in focus. So I put the sound back on the price alerts. And then the other thing that I'm doing now with the price alerts is I delete them at the end of the day, because if something's going to be relevant tomorrow, it's going to be on my races anyway. So it's not like, oh, it's relevant today, I want to keep an eye on it for tomorrow. No, if it's relevant today and it's relevant tomorrow, it'll be front and center for me for the type of trading that I'm doing intraday with this. So,
and that's what this whole tool is meant to do, more so than even find you we're not, it's not meant to, let me put it this way, in this, we're delivering time back. We're giving back time. So if you focus on the races, you're saving time. You're not in areas where there's no volume or there's nothing interesting happening. You may know the stock, you may want it to do well, but it's not its day today. And by using the races, you are actually, the market's only 6.5 hours, right? So you've got to spend the most time, getting this right and being where opportunity is. So if you can use technology that's saving you time and finding you the places where some unusual races are being won and some unusual activities happening, that's what we do. That's the time we're giving back.
100%. And, so I know people like their news, but we had, what was the stock a little while ago here? KPRX. All right. So KPRX came flying through the races. I don't know if they had news or not. I didn't look it up, but I saw this coming through the races on around the 7 break here. Now, as I said, when it was happening at the time, was it tradable? Could someone have grabbed it? Probably, maybe, some people, yes, some people no. But in real time, this came flying through. And I mean, look at the move, over a $3 move that happens from the time it came on my radar, till the end of that move. Now,
your races are how long? Your races are your 3-minute races here?
I like to run these 3-minute races, and
in a 15-minute candle, you've got 5 races that you're running.
So that's where the logic ended up coming in. However, I arbitrarily picked 3 minutes. I'm no genius in any way, shape, or form when it comes to this stuff. I like things really simple, but I said, I know Dan and Brad had a lot of 10-minute races, but I just felt like I wanted this list to keep changing more often. I want to keep it fresh like that, number one. And then number two, I want to see a lot of winners. I feel like that helps give me more momentum. So the more winners I see in that sense. So I run this race here and this race here are the same, but this has a top 10 on it. The one in the top corner here is running by top 10 list, and this is running by all winners like that. So I can refer back and forth to the two of them. But like I said, I arbitrarily picked that 3 minutes. And then one day I look back and I said, 15-minute candles, 3-minute races, 5 races per candle. That kind of makes sense. So it was a happy accident that the logic worked out in that for me.
I think that's how Edison found the light bulb, maybe, or no? That's some other.
I suspect so. He was racing around and found it just like that. But it just shows, again, going to that depth of the races, keeping me in focus. Something like BEAT that's still got tons of volume and all kinds of interest in it. I have no interest in it any longer, not on my races. Something like KPRX, not only did it happening, this stock, when we first caught it on the races, and everybody that was here at the time saw, this had only traded about just over 200,000 shares when that happened. We're now over 3 million shares when that happened. So I mean, this not only caught it early in price, it caught it early in volume too, and held that attention all through that move here. So just a lot of depths, and though I've actually called a sin, if you will, I've never seen any of the Shrek movies, but I know there's that whole saying in it, layers to an onion. There's, just like layers in an onion, there's layers in these races and how much you can do with them, and there's no right or wrong with it. So.
No, not at all.
I can't romanticize about them enough.
There's that lack of volume though in the afternoon. I'm seeing I think we're in kind of a holiday, week where we're going to see lighter than usual volume. But let's look at some of these questions that popped in. Michael Anthony's got a question about Brazilian stocks since they started raising rates last year. Well, started raising rates here too. I mean, we only look at, as just U.S. equities, some Canadian and indices and derivatives like indices and ETFs. And that's just because the world still trades the U.S. markets. In all my travels, it's been even more evident that, you just look at our customer base. We've got customers from all over and brokerages from other countries, that with whom we have conversations with that want the trade ideas data because their customers, even in different time zones, are finding the time to trade the U.S. market. I don't see us adding Brazil. There's been talk about other international markets, but I want to mention what they are, but because they're just in theory now, is not theory, but they are further off from the day that we would actually start adding them.
But we still, with that said, there's Brazilian stocks to be traded on ours. So
correct, sure.
GOL is something. It's right on my races right now. And I think what happened is there's the election in Brazil. I don't know exactly. I know one party was ahead, then the other party was ahead. And I believe William in the main room had said they were going to a runoff, actually.
Oh.
So, I apparently that's going to be bullish for Brazilian stocks, a runoff. I'm not sure. But, look at gold continues to move. AZUL was another Brazilian stock had made a great move on the day. It's moving mostly sideways now. And then PAGS, which I took a simulator trade of. That's made a great move as well today. A big portion of that move was in the opening 15-minute bar, but still grinding. It still was grinding higher right up until about half an hour ago, anyway. So
there's EWZ and there's FLBR.
FLBR. I never looked at that one. That's interesting. All right, trade 54 on there. Yeah, usually the EWZ is what I'm looking at for that, but that's interesting. It looks just like the EWZ, the FLBR. So that's really interesting. Another look at that there.
Yeah.
So, but I think that move in Brazil is going to be mostly based on that election, is what I suspect. And then would you say perfect circle, clearly defined? I don't know that it defines what I'm capturing in the race as much perfect circle by changing the time, as it changes my top 10, how my top 10 is looking. Now, I think it could cut both ways, having the races on a shorter time frame. So, for example, I've got FNGR here, that's 111 races. But we can see that the moves in this have been in spurts. You've got that big move up here, the moves up, I should say. Yeah, that big move up here, then this little move up here, then this move up here, and now this one here. What I find interesting to note too is this volume here. You get this move, this declining kind of bell curve move here, reverse bell curve move. But I think, you have things like FNGR that have won a lot of races, but the moves have been in these small spurts. The same thing is going to be ADTX. And
I think the answer to the question is like what you clearly define is what we talked about before, is this momentum within a time frame.
Exactly.
So to match your charts, if you were looking at 5-minute charts, you could have a 5-minute race, but I think it's more. I like your setup quite a bit. 15-minute bars, which is a good indicator of where stock is, and then knowing it's a way of looking within that 15-minute bar of seeing what kind of momentum is happening. Now you could look at a 5-minute chart and make the same kind of thing, but you're having to look at the individual stock on that 5-minute chart to determine, whereas the races have all these stocks in them and you're running them at 3 minutes or 5 minutes, you get 3 results, or at 3 minutes, you get 5 results. You can look across a larger grouping of stocks. That's the beauty of the races, right? It's like seeing multiple charts in one information dense area, which is what we try to do at Trade Ideas. That is, convey information that's pretty sophisticated, but do it in a way that what we call throughput, information throughput. So that a picture is worth 1,000 words is literally what we're saying.
Yeah, and with the flexibility of the layouts here, so I can toggle back and forth between my races with these dock windows here. So I occasionally like to look at a 5-minute chart. Part of how I share size and how I set stops aren't always based off the 15-minute chart only. I do use some different moving averages, the same moving averages on a 5-minute and 15-minute chart. But sometimes something will look very extended still on a 15-minute chart, but it'll look better on a 5-minute chart, and start to compare, and things are relative to the time frame, to the individual stock. And so being able to look at those multiple time frames and swap back and forth with them and say that space is key, without a doubt. For me, it's key anyways, personally.
Well, it's how you set certain levels, like where's the next resistance, how am I committed to the risk in this trade. Luckily the system, the platform at Trade Ideas helps define what those ranges are, but on different time frames, it's also helpful to add your own thoughts as to, okay, if you were looking at going revert, like on a weekly basis, this is where that stock has been, this is the range of possibility, and then drilling down to a day, over the course of many days, this is what the range is. Am I going to expect this to suddenly break out in one way or another? No, if this is what the range has been over many days, and it drills down into the 30 minutes, an hour, 15 minutes, 5.
So here's an interesting one. LVWR. This came through a race back here really early. I set that price alert, and it's just come rocking right through that price alert, just below 9 and up to 942. So again, kind of a set it and forget it, but it was making noise on races earlier. I set the price alert, continued to drift down, and we got that nice round bottom or U shape, both in the volume and in the price action here. So I always say I'm not, I don't really leave anything on for the next day on my price alerts, but for someone that's looking for something for tomorrow and trying to create a watch list so they have a narrow pointed view, I would say this might be something you want to keep an eye on. Look at that long bottoming shadow that's going on there, trying to make its way back up towards high of the day. You've got incredible amount of volume right here, 7 times what it's normally doing. And of course, that liquidity is great with 3.1 million shares traded. So I know, I always say I'm very simple, and everything that I do, more than less as far as trading goes, I've stolen from someone, some way at Trade Ideas. And, Jamie says all the time, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication, which is a Leonardo da Vinci quote. And that's why, I try to keep things as simple as possible. I also remember my first year using Trade Ideas. It was summer of 2017. Barry was taking a day or two off. Maybe he was taking a week off, and it was like a host of people coming in. Michael had taken over the room for a day, and he talked about how he wasn't a good day trader early on because too many bells and whistles are going off, and you've got this whole plan set up, and next thing you know, you're paralyzed by the flashing lights and the noises and everything like that. And I said, wow, that's me, that's me with day trading. And that was why I started to migrate more towards swing trading and, found a niche there. But, these races come out and got to take a look, and swing trading wasn't as easy earlier in the year. And so here we are again. And like I said, I run this simple layout, and yet I'm having some nice successes with it, and continue to build on, my own accounts and improve. And at the same time, I think it makes it easy for me trying to show and explain things to new users, and especially new traders, that you don't need 600 scans to be successful. You don't need 30 top lists. You don't need to have a list of 500 stocks or anything like that. You can keep things focused and very narrow pointed with excellent data. And it's a quality of data, and not that quantity of data doesn't matter, but everything has time and place. So anyways, LVWR, might want to keep an eye on that one for tomorrow.
Yeah, I like this one. That's got the smile curve to the volume and everything. This would be something I would be watching for, the rest of, 1 minute left and really into tomorrow. That's interesting. It's finishing up on I would want to see a little bit more volume in it, but it seems to be, it's one to watch for sure. I put on my list. Your point's well taken. I mean, I can't tell you how many people when we first started as well, Trade Ideas was like, well, tell me what Trade Ideas has to say about Apple. Tell me what it has to say about, Dell, or, about these other stocks. And we used to spend many times saying, look, that's the wrong questions to come to Trade Ideas with. It's instead leave those stocks behind and earn time or find more time in your routine by letting us show you what stocks are more interesting than Apple today or than Dell today. You're familiar with them, but they may not be moving, or they may not be the stocks that are going to, improve your performance. And so let us give you back the time to find what is, to find where this activity that's interesting is happening. And the races do that.
And that goes back to the, that internal conversation that we're having, and that push that we're trying to make more present out in the world, that the difference between a screener and a scanner.
Yeah.
We can kind of do both in a sense, where you could take a list of stocks, put them on a symbols list, and put a whole bunch of columns in a top list, and have all that data spit back out at you, whatever you want, different volume metrics, or if you wanted different fundamentals, market cap, or, shares outstanding, so on and so forth. So you can get your list of stocks and plug them in and have whatever data you want coming back at you. But the advantage that we have over anybody else is to say, hey, I want to look for stocks that are doing XYZ. Show me what's doing XYZ. I don't need to plug it in to say, oh, is my stock doing XYZ? Am I interested in it today because it's doing XYZ? No, I don't need to do that. It does it for me. And that is a big advantage I think we have over everybody else. And I think is a distinction that a lot of people don't realize or understand, on top of the fact that we don't have to constantly refresh. It's live. It's happening. There's no press refresh, or, oh no, it's frozen, reload. No, it's there. It's moving. This is what's going on.
Yeah, it's real time. We're scanning the entire market, not a subsection. We're looking at every single stock that's listed on the exchanges. And you're right. Listen. This is not, if this were easy, everyone would be doing it. It takes practice. No one is going to expect to have Olympic results when you haven't even, found a trainer or you haven't even, practiced, right? So we encourage that, by the way, the practicing and the simulated trading of it all and using this technology so you can understand how it affects your thinking and how it affects what it's going to present to you. But I would measure progress in this endeavor with trade ideas, or really any tool, is understanding like, okay, what am I coming with to trade ideas that's familiar to me? Well, this is all new technology, races and so forth. So many people want to see a familiar symbol list, stocks that they have a relationship with, and then see it interpreted by trade ideas. I get that. Your progress or up the learning curve and getting better at using the technologies when you leave those stocks that you're familiar with further and further behind and say, okay, I'm willing now to see this information for what it is, what it's really showing me, understanding this new nuance that, that perfect circle was talking about, what's the difference between these different time frames and why set it up this way, that someone starts to realize, okay, I can leave behind what's familiar and now trust in the process and then the technology to show me the unfamiliar and make better decisions there.
Absolutely. And
ooh, here's a good question. Is there a way to backtest historical race data and see the winners? As a matter of fact, you can replay on the weekends.
Absolutely. You can replay anytime. So let me duplicate this out here. Whoops. Pull that out. There we go. Let's stretch it. All right. And so you've got, this is the play and stop right here. This is going to be your replay. All right. And if we go back into the race setup, all right, there's a few different things we can look at for the replay. So here's replay today, and then we could replay last trading day, or we can go into a custom and we can go back that give or take 64 days of back data right here. And then it does the replay essentially in 6 minutes. So in 6 minutes, you're going to play the whole trading day. So not necessarily like a back test, the same as we would back test an alert window,
right?
But all the same, I can go back and see what went on for today. So here we go.
We need to do a better job of showing. Well, there it is. It's a very tiny right there, the timestamp of what the historical data you're looking at. We need to make that bigger.
That would not hurt at all. This is all right down here. We've got it, marked as replay mode right here.
Yeah.
But this is certainly a good way to look at anything going back in time and saying to myself, how might I have reacted to that stock at that time?
Right. And then have a chart next to you, or link it to your charts, and then see, like right now, FNCR. You went back. What day was this? I can barely read that. That's why it's got to be bigger.
Absolutely, yeah. But well, we know Randall is always working on this stuff here. That's his baby.
You want to tell him, or?
Yeah, you message him. But one of the things I'll note here too is I've had a few times myself, like any other user. Oh, this stock made, XYZ move. And did I catch it? Because I know a lot of times a stock can make a nice move and it might be on the races, but not necessarily winning races just because of the delta sort. So, there's no perfect in scanning or anything else in life. But I've used this now a few times where I'm going back and someone said, gee, was this stock there today? And, going back and looking and saying, yeah, it was. And it was on the races at this time, and this time, but it never actually won because, and I like this on my single stock window, I keep the change from the open here. You don't realize, especially when price comes into play, that you have these smaller stocks that are $2, $3, $4 and they make a 50, 60, 70 cent move. That's a much more significant move than a $15 stock making a 60, 70, 80, 90, or even $1 move like that. So again, being relative, and why staying vigilant, especially on the early races, is important. And not just that, but utilizing these price alerts, because I really think the price alerts and the races go hand in hand, so that you can take a moment and breathe and not just be glued to the screen nonstop, and use the price alerts to your advantage and leverage them with that sound alert. I also think that it's great in the sense that you make a sound alert specific to the price alerts, and now this is something that I'm really interested because it's based on this kind of scanning, versus you might have 2 or 3 alert windows, and while they have different sounds that indicate this is price alert, or this is alert window 1, this is alert window 2, whatever they happen to be. Those aren't necessarily producing the alpha that the races are for you. So now oh, I need to be really focused here on this specific scan.
Right. And this is also, again, time well spent. Let's see. Let's look at Cody's question here. Tell me about stop loss hunters. I've been stopped out of perfectly great trades by this by this market, and I'm mad about it. Any way to avoid them and still use stop losses? Well, I share your frustration, Cody. I've been the victim of, and what I've realized is if I'm, I haven't been journaling as well as Chris does, but I find myself that stopped out when I walk away from the trade and I'm not paying attention to it, and I'm not actively either moving stops when I see, good results. So that's I need to be more involved in the trade. Once I'm in it, I can't put the stop loss and walk away from it. But it's obviously a dynamic, and I don't know, Chris, what are your thoughts?
So a couple of things. One, I think you're going to find that a lot more in the first 15 minutes a day, especially when you see those big washout bottoming shadows. Those are the ones that are the real frustrating ones, and why a lot of traders won't leave a stop in, especially early in the day or overnight. But those are the same traders, if they're successful traders, the same ones that'll, if the price is really hanging around there and it looks like they should be getting out, they're gonna kill the trade regardless of that. The other thing is, look at where you're putting your stop, because pack mentality with a lot of the stuff, just like people start piling into a trade to move it up. KZR, obviously, I'm going to go with this $9 break rate here. A lot of people saw it, and that's what caused that spike right there. And looking back, as it moved up towards $10, a lot of people saw $10 as a psychological barrier, and they're going to move out. The same is going to go into reverse for the stop. And people are going to all look at the same levels and going back. For me, looking at this chart right here, there's a couple of areas my eye goes to for stops right away. This level right here really jumps out at me. All right. A lot of people use a prior 15-minute candle,
right,
or the low of a prior 15-minute candle. It's a very popular stop. A lot of people, a gap. So something like this down here, that might be a very popular stop. So I'd be looking at things like that as well, where you're putting that stop. And I'm not saying, outsmart people by doing, that's where most people are going, so I'll go 2 cents less. But it might be something you want to consider in that regard. The other part of it is having the discipline to not leave your stop. So, because, POF is POF. There's nothing we can do about that here in the States. It is what it is. But by not having your order sitting there and waiting, you might be putting yourself in a better position to not get that stop triggered.
You're talking about payment for order flow when you say
yes.
that. Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's true. There is no free lunch for all of the free trades that that we're enticed into. It is slightly a buzzsaw, and so I know that we're building the technology as an advantage. That's coming soon, where we will hold customers stop losses rather than transmitting them to the sending them right to the broker. Who then passes it along for payment. It's not illegal at the moment, but it is the way in which a lot of this is financed. It's access to that information. So in the end, we still have to deal with this, right? So what Chris, what you mentioned is perfectly legitimate. Find either alternative kind of lines to draw about where areas of stop losses might be, and then my suggestion is you can't just walk away. I mean, it happens. I have to sometimes step away, and then I come back and I'm like, gosh darn it. But then what am I going to do? As it's going down, at least I know I didn't risk any more. And it's a very different situation too. When you're entering the trade, my stop losses, I'm not likely to move. I set my risk. I know I can sleep or not stress about it. It's what happens is as the stock has maybe gone up a couple of days in a row and I'm adjusting my stop losses, that I get nicked or it comes down and hits me. And then I'm like, well, okay, now I need to make a new decision whether I want to come in this stock or not.
And Cody, I am with you. There should not be payment for order flow. I'd rather pay commissions on my trades personally, but as I often say, it's the world we live in, not the world we want with these things. So I would say as long as you have the discipline to make sure you're executing that stop, at that level, and you're not moving those goalposts back because you don't have a hard stop in there. I would do that. That would be a personal thing that I would do. I remember a couple of years ago, Steve had, on the trade of the weeks was, he uses the 20 SMA a lot, but I remember him saying a couple of weeks in a row, it was kind of fishy how the trade of the weeks kept getting hit with that stop loss on it. And so he put in the trade of the week email mentioning exactly what we're talking about now, not to leave your stops in overnight because, however many people are on that email and how many ever people are following it, that could have been a lot of stops going in at that same level. And unfortunately, it's a 4D chessboard that we do not get the full view of, but we know it at least. So at least we can work with that information in that regard.
It's a big list. Trade ideas, trade of the week goes out to a lot of people, so it's nice to know we're moving markets here. But that's what David B here was talking about. That suggested a long time ago. Don't set stops in the first 30 or 45 minutes, and then take them off at the power hour. I'm assuming he means like at the end of the day. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So, and there you go, Cody. So you're saying when you don't throw the stop loss in there, it doesn't happen as much. So yeah, there's no question about it. I think there's, as I'll say, a lot of tomfoolery that goes on in there. I can't tell you how many times it happens to me with Thinkorswim where I'm laddering out of a trade moving up and, putting, whatever amount of shares at each step as limit orders. One of my orders triggers and boom, all of a sudden, the stock goes on a 10, 15 cent run. And saying for a stock that's trading, a few million shares, for my order of a few hundred shares going off on a sell to trigger the next set of sell or the next set of buy orders, that seems kind of fishy to me. So I don't doubt that there's spoofed liquidity. What we're seeing for volume is not necessarily accurate. But I'm not, I don't get bogged down into those things. I just accept, all right, this is the game that they're playing. How can I game that system? So I pay very close attention to those things. When I put an order in, when I put a limit to sell in, I often see all of a sudden as the stock is approaching and I decide to throw a limit order in 3 or 4 cents above where it is. And then all of a sudden it reverses on me right away. Like, what are the odds that happens so often? So there's no question that there's, a lot of nonsense that goes on, but we have to persevere through that nonsense, and it's not comfortable. It's not fun. Certainly not right, but it is what it is. So I'm watching FNGR here. What a move here into the post market. I don't know if it halted going to the post market. I know there's no halts unless it's a news halt. There's no volatility halts in the after hours, but. Curious here on the 5-minute chart if it looks the same. And just looking at this gap that happened here, you don't really see many gaps on the intraday charts, generally speaking.
Maybe we'll preview for later this week, or certainly I'll be back on Friday. Maybe I'll try to come in tomorrow as well. But all these the races are great. The other source of information like this is Holly's performance and the results, and we can talk also about how this kind of how Holly's approach is different than the races, and yet how it can be used to be an effective co-pilot for decisions, or at least show you what's happening in the market, seen from the way it looks. How did it do today?
Holly did all right today. AKAM had a pretty nice trade there.
Yeah.
HLI and Napa. Now, what's interesting here is VSAT had a nice trade in that, but the profit save took it out. I'm not sure exactly where that, because I don't keep the Holly up on my charts. I like my charts actually. Let's put the AI trades on there. So here we go. So had that nice move on a 5-minute chart. Let's look at that too. So got it early. What time? I didn't get it that early. Got it just before 10 o'clock Eastern break, actually, a little later than I realized. So no, that's not bad. And this is what I tell people a lot with Holly. Human and machine. Look at that entry. And that entry wasn't, just a fast up and a fast down for that exit. You had all this time So Holly, solid entry, not always the best exits, and it just kind of is what it is because, as we move towards more machine learning type of stuff, at the moment, these are bracket orders that have to be sent out because we have to obey market mechanics with them. So, Holly can't just make an adjustment on the fly like that, but we can. And so letting her make those entries and then your trained eye, you can say, gee, look at this here on a 15-minute chart. We topped out there, we topped out again there, and we've moved down. You know what? Maybe I need to peel out of it here, Obviously, hindsight's always going to be 2020, and looking back, obviously that was the right call. But I think it pays a lot of heed to remember, we don't buy bottoms, we don't sell tops. We get the meat in the middle here, and the more of that meat you can get, the better your account looks.
And so, I think that's too harsh on Holly. I think she did I think the system worked in this case pretty well. What about the HLI? Let's look at the one that did well.
Let's take a look here. So I won't say she didn't bottom ticket on the day, but she bottom ticketed on that pullback, that's for sure. And beautiful run afterwards. Very nice run afterwards here with HLI. So she nailed that. That was a time to exit. So she held that for the balance of the day.
I might have kept adding to this. Like I might have, had I been following her, have I really been on top of it?
Especially on a break of the high of the day right here. Look at that, When you broke high of the day, that's when you got that real nice move after that here.
Right.
And then another one just to note is CALA. And what I'm doing here is I'm looking at the max profit column here. So that's why I wasn't trying to pick on VSAT, but looking at that max profit column, she was really up in that trade and handed some back, right? So while the exit was certainly fine, me as a trader, and one of my greatest sins to get over is exiting trades when I feel like it's topping out. And that's why I was, taking a look at that so heavily here. And another one here with CALA. Now, this was a much shorter lived trade and on a big spike. But we note here, we've got a trade that we got to stock the trades very sparsely. We've got a big gap up here percentage-wise, right? Well, not big, but big enough. And then we have this nice grinding move and a spike here that happened. And off that down spike, she actually exited very well on that profit save, to be honest, because that was a very fast move.
Yeah.
So
that's not pretty. I mean, that's
But again, that's why I like to look at that max profit column and how often I've seen Holly have some really high max profits. And then you look back at the modern or conservative profit and they're like half or less. And I think to myself, would I have done better? Now, there's no way to know, obviously, again, hindsight being 2020, but it pays heed to know that the entries are solid very often. So it's just spinning around here and watching these relative strength here moves. So the relative strength scan that I have, it goes into the post market, but just noting that there's not a lot going on there. And I suspect that we got kind of a quiet post market at this point. Everybody trying to digest. And it was a big move in the market today, right? So I'm noticing we're coming up on 4:20 here. So I'll be taking off in a few moments and do parental duty, picking up my daughter from skateboard lessons.
Nice.
That's a lot to digest here. You were asking earlier about the tier report there, and to paraphrase what I'd put in there,
right?
We had that sell-off coming into the end of August, and then this was a bounce, and anybody that's been in these sessions has seen with me.
Bull trap.
That it turns out to be a bull trap, and I was surprised at this bull trap here, to be honest. So I really thought when we had this run up and this sell-off, I thought we'd get rejected off of 400 and this is what would happen. I really didn't think that this would happen. That kind of took me off guard a little bit, right? Yeah. And so, we had that bull trap that happened there, and then the sellers came right back in and really controlling things. Now, it's interesting, Stock Traders Almanac, I really like his work. And he was someone that I met at the CMT and, trying to actually set up a meeting now with him just to get together because he actually lives not that far from me. And he talked a lot about recent posts on Twitter that October is a bear market killer. Now, throwing caution to the wind, of course, he was that, this is not every bear market's created equal, but, can't help but mention that, October is a bear market killer. We open, with this nice move here on the first day of October. And I'm not saying that that's a bottom, but at some point there will be a bottom. It'll always be in retrospect that we noticed it, but it's a lot to digest, that big move down and then, this big move up. Now, was it a bounce because we're overdone? Sure. But there's plenty of times it's overdone and we felt it should have bounced, using the royal we, and it didn't. So anyways, just a lot to digest, I'd say, on the first, today's the first trading day of October, right? Saturday was the first,
Yes.
the first trading day of October. So
yeah,
a lot to digest there. And then, sorry, someone had a question. I apologize. In the general. Yes, Denver, go ahead, shoot that out at me. Can I ask you a question? Absolutely. Fire that away, and then I'll begin to wind down the day here for me. And you can always ask questions. So you put in a spread filter. And I'm a big believer in spread filters for back testing. Something that Mr. Michael Noss pointed out to me actually not that long ago. I had a strategy. I was back testing. I thought it looked great, and then he burst my bubble.
By doing what? By saying the spread had to be a certain.
Well, he was pointing out that a lot of the stocks that were coming through were lower price stocks with really big spreads, and so the stops wouldn't have been great, using the 1 minute open high low.
Right.
So it's just one of those things, and that's actually a back and forth with a few different potential subscribers. They're asking a lot about the back tester recently and about tick data, and I don't think there's any retail back tester that uses tick by tick data. If there is, I'm not familiar with them.
No, we're the only one. And then it's also, again, it's this idea of we're an event-based testing tool that also looks at every tick. It's not. You don't have to know the stock a priori. You don't have to know the stock ahead of time.
Right. So on that spread, what you're asking there, so I believe you've got an alert window open, and I do got to come to a rapid end here. But what you're looking at is that show me function. So spread. Let's add that filter and the show me function. So what's that saying essentially is if you've got 25 there, locked means that the bid and the ask are the same. So stocks where a stock is crossed means that you actually have the ask over the bid, or the bid over the ask, excuse me. I always confuse these two. So you have the bid over the ask, which is rare, but it can happen. Locked means they're exactly the same, and then obviously the spread being no more than that as far as pennies go. So, for example, it couldn't, if it was, the ask was $10, the bid could be no more than $10.25. Or the ask was $10.25. The bid could be no less than $10 going back that. So that's what that means. So if we bring over real quick, and then I will wrap up for the day here. So bringing over time and sales from IB, for example, right now. So we can see right here, this is the bid, this is the ask. Cross would mean that this number was higher than this number, which normally does not happen. It's very rare that it happens, but it can. You'll usually see that, especially when you have something that trades outside of the market range. Bad prints or bad settlement prints, things like that, and the after hours can cause that more often is where you're.
But for thoroughness, we're showing you every possibility, so you shouldn't be too confused about it. I mean, the way you have it set up right there of a max, it's just saying like these are all the possible. Maybe, we could do a little bit more to say that the most probable is this last one, where if the spread is no more than 25 pennies.
And there's no way to get rid of that. It's literally telling you all the scenarios that could happen. So, it's just that's the way it works. That if those things happen like that.
So for time, you can't get rid of them. It's just saying it's possible that it could. So we're describing that it's in the realm of possibility. What you have with a max of 25 pennies, 25 cents there is just what you need.
Exactly. So, all right, folks, I'm going to have to dip out here to go pick up my little one from skateboarding practice. David, I just want to thank you for coming in. This was really, really nice to have a back and forth like that.
Yeah.
And you know, I think
We,
the users appreciate having you here too, and getting a little inside view of some different team members here.
I just come on just to read the self praise from Michael Noss.
Oh, it's nice when Michael Noss is giving you compliments, that's for sure. So
Sure.
all right, everybody, we'll wrap up. As I always say, really appreciate all the questions, the comments, and the interactions. Everybody knows what a believer in community I am for this, and this is my way of paying it forward with everything that the Trade Ideas team and Trade Ideas community has given me over the last several years. And I just hope that every day someone gets a little something more, putting together that piece of the puzzle in this crazy business we call trading. So
yeah, and I'll simply say, see one, do one, and teach one. Everyone here who's learned something, show it to a friend, or show it, or enhance the community with everything that you've learned today, and continue to learn.
110%. So that'll do it, folks. I'll wrap it up, shut it down. I will be here fairly early. I'll be here as early as 8 in the morning, as late as 8:30 in the morning for both YouTube and the trading room. And hopefully I'll have no PC troubles like I did today to start us off. And we'll rock and roll at it, folks. So again, thank you, everybody. Thank you again, David. And we will catch you on the stream tomorrow. Adios.